Sup, homies? It's a chill island oasis of truth and reality. Um, don't really know why I'm streaming again, but I am at 5:30 a.m. Good times, you know. Uh, Probably gonna have to make another coffee. I went up talking to my friend for a while, and I've just been chilling, trying to clear up some memory here. And would you look at that? We're 3 people here now. Nice. Peter Denji says determinism is why it was meant to be. It's fate. Fate brought us all here together, my friends. Oh yeah. Sexy sex all night long. Boba Fett says sup, yo. Then T Chi. Lady Lou says hi, sup. The whole gang, we still here. We still popping. We still gang, coo, doop, doop. Lots of noises. Whole bunch of sound effects. You know what I need is a sound effects board. I need a soundboard. You know? Pull that up, Jamie. Sorry, I went into a fugue state where I thought I was Joe Rogan. John Rogan. My favorite podcaster is John Rogan. You kids ever heard of John? Johnny Rogaine. It's funny how he's bald, you know? That shit. You know, Joe Rogan, Joe Rogaine. You guys don't get it. You guys don't get my humor. It's too bad. Ah, nice. Get some really funny noises happening. That's not funny. That's not funny. Hold on, you guys. What is this, porn? This is terrible. This doesn't count. That's not a... Is this porn? And that's just... Okay, that's one moan. Rock? No. This isn't... What is... This is a terrible soundboard. I need gunfire sound effects. Definitely. Nice. Shooting sounds. You guys like that stuff? I think that will get more viewers. Lots of gun sounds. Top 10 gunshot sound effect, HQ. Yes. Yep. That's a gunshot sound effect, all right. That was a different type. Oh. That wasn't... Oh! Fuck. Shit. Sorry, guys. I just got shot 37 times. That one was pretty long. Just then. What do you mean it's not relaxing? Maybe it's poor timing with all the Russia Ukraine stuff going on. I feel like that's what people need right now. You need to listen to just insane clown posse. How about that? I'm not. What's going? Is anything new? What's new with that? I fucking crazy. What's that noise? Oh, fuck. R.I.P. Me. R.I.P. CJ. He did what he loved. He died doing what he loved. Streaming on YouTube.com.
C4 has been successfully activated. Bomb detonation countdown successfully started.
It's too similar to the last one. Oh, that was a bad. That was a terrible explosion sound. Fuck is this? That was a bullshit film. That one never gets old. The Wilhelm scream. You test yet? Any of the aforementioned ones? Which one? Wait. The two big ones were the attitudinal psyche and the Favre Enneagram ones. No, I have not. How long is the attitudinal one though? Because maybe I could do that now. Oh yeah, I was just joking. Boba Fett saying that the sound effect was a bullshit film. Nice. That was also a bullshit film.
Oh!
I'm just rating different sound effects. Why was that? Why was the beginning of that? Why was there all that chatter? What was the point of putting that in?
Oh!
I don't know. Not that good. 5 out of 10. Oh, my speaker. A sound effect in real life. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Attitudinal psyche. Not loading for some reason. Man. Nice throwback to dramatic chipmunk. Good times. Simpler times. You know what I mean?
Connected to Bluetooth.
Yes. If you're asking about this song, Boba Fett, it's the Dave Brubeck Quartet with Kathy's Waltz. It's the Dave Brubeck Quartet with Kathy's Waltz. It's a radio show. I really need to eat something, but I'm too busy streaming. I'm too busy popping off with the squad. Mm-hmm. Beautiful man right here. Duck face. Oof. Okay. This decided to load. Nice of you to show up. Attitudinal psyche. Bruh, I'd be like, what, dude? What? Fuck? Attitudinal psyche? Like, bruh, what? Bruh, what? That's right. This shit takes way too long. I really will do it later. I really will. Sometimes you just gotta pull over and pop a squad. Yeah, something like that. Doing interpretive dance. This is now an interpretive dance stream only. All interpretive dance all the time. And it can't be just any old dance. It has to be interpretive.
Visualization. Let go of all outside concerns. Close your eyes. Now take a deep breath in.
Laura, 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 come back. Laura, Laura, come back. place, a happy place we can find. Tell the people what you're here for. It's the message in the song that makes you rock on. Some people go to places where they don't belong. Whether wrong or right, a lot of people fight. But I'm here to bless this mic, alright? I take action the minute that the crowd gets hype. I'm type crashing down like a meteorite. I'm bold guarded, mics and whole stages. Destroying MC's dreams from words to whole pages. Their rap books look more like scrapbooks with their fictional fairy tales and frail ass hooks. A lot of shit has happened since I started rapping. There's been enough beef and enough gap clapping. There's been mad signs for this brother to heed. And while some choose greed, I choose to plant seeds for your mental, spirit, and physical temple. Bob your head to it. There's the water, you've been led to it. Bathe in it. A long time you've been craving it. Glance to it. Use your third eye and glance through it. Your state of being becoming advanced through it. While others rhyme with no reason, I be breezing. Their mics, I seize them, then I try for treason. I used to always like to hang out. Now I lounge in the rest, writing bombs while tracks bang out. I know you peeped me in the club then, but now I'm in your speaker with the voice at your level. It's the message in the song that makes you rock on. Some people go to places where they don't belong. Whether wrong or right, a lot of people fight. But I'm here to bless this mic, alright? Peace to the young ladies who wanna bone me much. And peace to my nigga Premier with the golden touch. I'll never fall off point like the Nero in Casino. Peace to black Gambinos and all my peoples dig the stealer. I'm fighting wars, you know, as in the jihad. Most humble, most merciful, that's because I be God. I trod through fogs, puffing large. MCs muttering menial madness, they get marred, scarred and barred, and then banished from my fucking kingdom. You gotta fly and bring one, or else I come to fling some exquisite, exotic, exciting type shit. Enough to make the real heads wake up and get high quick. I'm type slick, known as the God Universal. Kick rhymes without rehearsal. I cross the burning sands, now I stand here with virtue. Of course I can hurt you, simply with my point of view. And I knew that many would come, that's why I've chosen to cut up pathways, and there's no runways or doorways open for the jokers who ain't focused, and all the fake mercenaries get buried by the tongue of terrifying fury. Nothing's blurry, fuck it, I got no worries. Hearts and minds shine bright light with insight. Yes, it's my birthright to set up ciphers with power, cause mad shit ain't right. Like punks in the spotlight who can't freestyle. Sometimes I make my peace smile by saying something crazy wild, like some shit of my dome that be sounding better than the next man's whole album. Okay. There comes a time. Standing on the corner shooting dice, taking niggas cash. Then this hoe ass nigga told me to drop it off my ass, but I can't, cause I ain't gon' go out like no lemon. Like this hoe ass nigga must don't know the meaning of the game. So I take this nigga on a trip with my damn tongue. Let him know it's on if we step into my danger zone. Taking niggas out with the blast of them hollow tips. Laying down niggas and I know my motherfucking clip. Now you know that I ain't gon' bother nigga that's talking shit. Red dog is spamming the clip cause I know I'm finna smoke these bitches. Lay this nigga on the page, let him know you see that brave when he crossed the Mr. K. Now it's this in his grave. High tail on the couldn't guess what I'm finna do. Pulling out my fucking Glock and fuck this motherfucking boo. In his motherfucking chest, cause he tried to test a bit. Man, this a bunch of mess. With that hoe ass nigga the red, talking bad about something that was kind of proper, bitch. Now that's what you get for talking all that fucking bad shit. Yeah, these always seventh grade ass, bust ass niggas, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers say fuck with this shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm finna let you niggas know that y'all can't handle this pimp shit. Big pimp production, you know what I'm saying? So what's up with them, bitch, dog? Sitting back in my room with my glass filling in my lap. Got about a little bit further first, smoking on some fine dirt. People on the table, I don't notice it cause this shit ain't me. I say this shit, but the other motherfucking niggas that be smelling shit. More like a motherfucker bitch that a new shit, go give a fuck life, and they go and smoke a piece, even on the fucking blunt, you know, keep it growing, niggas turning out the chest, please don't bitch. Running in the color thing, you know, strap right, bitch, get right, come get a stab to the pain, put the fucking him top two, niggas on the hot, put the fucking five, niggas in the fucking sky, don't you know I fly so high, still get one of them, I wonder who is gonna take me out there, but you know the shit don't work like this, you can put it on my motherfucking dick, so I shoot you in the fucking face, red dogs don't wanna kiss, no case, I lay back, take a motherfucking nigga, that is good enough to the trick, motherfucking go, nigga, drill a bullet in the nigga, turn the motherfucking shit, cause you know I kill it will, come on now, let's make a deal, now I think your guys I feel, talking about a motherfucking nigga, and TV flowing, smelling about this shit, I feel like a motherfucker, so don't get in my business, them kids high niggas on the dick, talking shit by the fool, I'm a fucking motherfucker, down quick, niggas in the party, trying to ever retarded, fuck around and make me just right on your body, big dog, get back with that fine, hope you niggas to the flow, let nigga know, slow stealing, the top of the game, roll the shit, make grip, I do every G, so we're down the street. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's 1995, Red Dog, you know what I'm saying? Mr. K, shout out Pimp, you know what I'm saying? Niggas still coming up, Big Pimp Productions, you know what I'm saying? And we finna shoot shots out, you know what I'm saying? To my niggas, Lil Roy Head, you know what I'm saying? Lil West, you know what I'm saying? My motherfuckers told my reach, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'll be looking out for that Big Pimp Productions tape, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bump that bitch, you know what I'm saying? You know, the campaign is players, you know what I'm saying, coming out this summer. Y'all niggas have to be looking out for that shit too, you know what I'm saying? And I'm finna get a mic to the Red Dog, you know what I'm saying? Check this shit. Oh yeah, you know, Red Dog up in this jump for the 9-5. You know what I'm saying? Sending shots out to my nigga LBG. And they ain't happy, motherfucker. Be up out this shot. What's up, Lynn? See, scandalous players. I'll holler at you, my nigga. Get up out this motherfucker. Yeah, they gonna miss the K. Yeah. Stand, standing on, standing. You know I kill it, walking the fuck like in the bed, talking bad about something that was kind of proper, bitch. Now that's what you get for talking all that fucking bad, fuck, you know what I'm saying? Want to send shots out to my nigga Boogie, man. You know, we ain't forgot about that nigga, you know what I'm saying? To all my niggas, you know what I'm saying, that's down with me from the jump. y'all need to stay cool. We had this motherfucker in the class in 1995 on. Oh, y'all motherfucking hoes. Fuck motherfucking P. I need people red dog. And Mr. K. Ho.
This represents
I know I'm a king. Stock on my shoulder, I was sing. I ain't know that I could leave. Pop call me Steve. Gotta keep it brief. Lock and load, I can see right through your teeth. Fingers on my soul. This is 23. Blood in the water. Walking in my sleep. Blood on my father. Got another dream. I was playing with magic high knuckles in my sleeve. I know I'm a king. Stock on my shoulder, I was sing. I ain't know that I could leave. Call me Steve, gotta keep it brief. Lock and load, I can see right through your teeth. Fingers on my soul, this is 23. Blood in the water, I was walking in my sleep. Blood on my father, I got another dream. I was playing with magic high knuckles in my sleeve. I know I'm a king, stock on my shoulder, I was singing. I ain't know that I could leave. Pop call me Steve, gotta keep it brief. Lock and load, I can see right through your teeth. Fingers on my soul, this is 23. Blood in the water, I was walking in my sleep. Blood on my father, I got another dream. I was playing with magic high knuckles in my sleeve. I know I'm a king, stock on my shoulder, I was singing. I ain't know that I could leave. Pop call me Steve, gotta keep it brief. Lock and load, I can see right through your teeth. Fingers on my soul, this is 23. Blood in the water, I was walking in my sleep. Blood on my father, I got another dream. I was playing with magic high knuckles in my sleeve. My daddy told me how to drink my pain away. My daddy told me how to lead somebody. My daddy told me how to smoke my lonely more. My daddy told me you don't need nobody. So one time for the K-Bird, 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 K-Bird. And one time for the real niggas, real niggas, real niggas. And slow dance on the Jaeger, Jaeger, Jaeger. And one time for the little niggas, little niggas, little niggas. Hey, getting out of the mall, I was sipping on the Hey, you looking for the wrong one, wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. I ain't thinking about the love, I was shitting on your feelings, feelings. You were looking for the wrong one, wrong one, wrong one. I got heaven on my mind. Pop. One, two, three, four. highlighted city. Streets full of people. Oh, that was a club. And you're walking on.
Feeling Native American? South Xanadu? That's all I wanted to do. Roller skate. Do you feel like Darth Vader? I'm scared, I have to admit at first. Never had a cat
This is a story about people who like to waste time. Waste my time, waste your time, waste their time. But time is against them. Time is everyone's master. including them. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Three piggies standing in the dark. Their pockets all empty and bare. Their futures, their hearts nowhere. The leaders they decide to lead. The stupidity they lose and lead. What comfort they could have had is now gone and gone for grabs. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Three piggies standing in the dark. Their snouts all bloody and red. They should have said goodbye instead. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Three piggies standing in the dark. Their pockets all empty and bare. Their futures, their homes nowhere. The years they decide to leave. The stupidity they lose and believe. One comfort they could have had is now gone for grabs. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Three piggies standing in the dark. Their snouts all bloody and red. They should have said goodbye instead. know to be alone. I know a place where I can go tonight. Away from you, away from you. And please don't you cry. I want to tears out from your eyes. And you know what I said. Maybe this thing's not so bad. Yes, about it. 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 We might have made a mistake, but it's too late. So I'm taking off the clothes. I got a bloody nose, and there's nothing to say. In my room it's too late. So I don't know what choice. I chose the golden rose. She might have gone too far. Everybody today, they get frustrated when you're living in the past. And it's the present. We might have gone too far. We might have gone too far. We might have gone too far. We might have gone too 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 I like the Christian life. My buddies tell me that I should have waited. They say I'm missing a whole world of fun. But I am happy and I sing with pride. I like the Christian life. I won't lose a friend by heeding a song. Or what is a friend who'd want you to fall? Others find pleasure in things I despise. I like the Christian life. My buddies shun me since I turned to Jesus, but I still love them. They burden my heart. I'll try to lead them to walk in the light. I like the Christian life. I won't lose a friend by heeding God's call. For what is a friend who'd want you to fall? Others find pleasure in things I despise. I like the Christian life.
I wish I had a window over the bay and a black horse grazing on the greenwood hay. I wish I had a well to draw my water from and a warm log fire for when the summer is gone. I wish I had a window over the bay and a flock of white sheep to watch from where I lay. I wish I had a little boat bobbing on the deep and a big wooden table all laid out for tea. I wish I had a window over the bay and a dreamy-eyed counterfeit my milking pail. I wish I had a cockerel to raise me at dawn and a little bed to sleep in when the curtains are drawn. I wish I had a window over the bay and a black horse grazing on the greenwood hay. I wish I had a well to draw my water from and a warm log fire for when the summer is gone. I wish I had a window over the bay and a flock of white sheep to watch from where I lay. I wish I had a little boat bobbing on the deep and a big wooden table all laid out for tea. I wish I had a window over the bay and a dreamy-eyed counterfeit my milking pail. I wish I had a cockerel to raise me at dawn and a little bed to sleep in when the curtains are drawn.
Again? Really? In the sky, the birds are pulling rain. In your life, the curse has got a name. Makes you lie awake all through the night. She's intoxicated by herself. Every day she sees someone else. And every night she kisses someone new. Never you. In the sky, the birds are pulling rain. In your life, the curse has got a name. Makes you lie awake all through the night. That's why she's intoxicated by herself. Every day she sees someone else. And every night she kisses someone new. Never you. You're waiting in the shadows for a chance. 'Cause you believe at heart that if you can show to her what love is all about, she'll change. She'll talk to you with no one else around, but only if you're in to entertain her. The moment conversation stops, she's gone again. She's gonna believe at heart that if you can, she'll change at heart if you can. The moment the conversation stops, she's gone again. If you can, the moment the conversation stops, she's gone.
So faint from my traveling. Oh, smiling girl, not afraid. Milky red, funny face, smiling smile. Mother and son stood by a dead. Usually the lotus man. Now and then I start to cry. Not the tears like when I was, or when I was like a colored sky, colored green. Wish the sun would stand still, or forgotten yesterday. Scrolling remind me of when I was a boy. All my life I've been this lonely boy. Do-do. Soft fades from my childhood days. A smiling girl, not a friend. Milky red, funny face, smiling smiles. Mother and son stood by a bed. Daddy, you sure eat a lot of snacks. Now and then I start to cry. Not the tears like when I was, or when I was like a colored sky, color gray. Wish the sun would stand still, or forgotten yesterday. Stroll days remind me of when I was a boy. All my life I've been this lonely boy. Do-do. That is all.
He rides the ridge between dark and light, without partners or friends. He's courageous enough to be scared, but he's too humble to win. Bless the ridge rider, the ridge is riding is my king. I guess the ridge rider forgets he's traveling with a friend.
He comes from under the cryptosphere, where the great sadness begins. And he doesn't pretend to be brave, for the roads dusty and dim. Bless the Ridge Rider, the Ridge Riding is not a thing. I guess the Ridge Rider forgets he's traveling with a friend. Since the great fall, he's been traveling hard, thinking bond. Do you think any of us?
I'm so
Who says you need a camp?
These things shall pass, and some great morning we'll look back and smile at heartaches we have known. So don't forget, when shadows gather, the Lord our God is still the King upon his throne. A rose looks gray at midnight, but the flame is just asleep. And steel is strong because it knew the hammer and white heat. These things shall pass and life be sweeter when love and faith are strong. They cannot long endure. These things shall pass, so don't you worry. The darkest time is just 1 hour before dawn. So hold up high and face your trouble, and don't despair if you must face them all alone. A rose looks gray at midnight, but the flame is just asleep. And steel is strong because it knew
the hammer and white heat. These things shall pass, and life be sweeter when love and faith are strong. They cannot long endure. These things shall pass. I've got heaven on my mind. So that when you ran away, nothing I could do was say. Now we are alone too. Sit upon and watch it through. I've been hurt before. Saw it knocking on my door. Hey. So I make a brand new ride. Flashing by a brand new stride. And when I hear the doorbell ring, I can never let them into me. Pain to me every day. When you ever came to say, come and be a cure for me. Make the tears come out of me. I've been hurt before. Sorrow knocking on my door. Hey. So that when you went away, nothing I could do or say. And when I hear the doorbell ring, I can never let them into me.
Can I break it down? Can I break it down?
So that when you went away, nothing I could do was say. Now we are alone two. Sit at home and watch it you. I've been hurt before. Saw it knocking on my door. And so I make a brand new life. Fashion that a brand new style. And when I hear the doorbell ring, I can never let them into me. Pain to me every day. When you ever came to say, come and be a cure for me. Make the tears come out of me. I've been hurt before. Sorrow knocking on my door. Hey. So that when you went away, nothing I could do or say. And when I hear the doorbell ring, I can never let them into me. There's no one around at the two old timers who visit when they're in town. The credits are rolling as they walk out. I get to my screen with the pandemonium sun. They're waiting for me, but they don't complain where I take a seat. It seems even now I still stop by. More stories look better wide. And I beat a piece here 'cause whoa, the efforts might have changed. The vocal tastes the same. And in the end, the day's always saved. So what's the picture's thoughts? I let the hours pass, distracted in the dark. Even now I still stop by. My stories are better wide. And I feel like peace here until the lights come bright. When it's over, I stand outside and I think I might get some dinner somewhere nice tonight. Da 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 da.
And yet through the years, by keeping an ideal facial structure fixed in his mind, or somewhere in the back of his mind, that he might, by force of will, cause his face to approach those of his ideal. The change would be very subtle. It might take 10 years or so. Gradually his face would change its shape. More hooked nose, wider, thinner lips, beady eyes, a larger forehead. He imagined that this was an ability he shared with most other people. They had also molded their faces according to some idea. Maybe they imagined a new face better suit their personality. Or maybe they imagined that their personality would be forced to change to fit the new appearance. This is why first impressions are often correct. Although some people might have made mistakes, they may have arrived in the class that there is no relationship to them. They may have picked an ideal appearance based on some childish whim or momentary impulse. Some may have gotten halfway there and then changed their minds. He wonders if he too might have made a similar mistake.
I'm so blue, living in a dream.
Sup, y'all? Thanks, Winston's mom. I I have the best taste in music. Trump vibes. I have the best music. I listen to the best music. Yeah, I was just going hard though. A live stream of just playing stuff that I feel like playing and then putting the visuals on the TV. Badass. All sorts of different moods, going through all the different moods, all the different schmoods. Just going through the chat. Glad you guys are here. Thanks for sticking around. Pretty good timing here. Just joining in on this political conversation between Boba Fett and Winston's mom. Peter Dentergy is here chilling. We got another person in here now. Four likes. I was gonna say that's it, but then someone came in right when I was gonna say that, and looks like they gave me a like. Looks like that same person gave me a like, so thank you very much. Thank you guys very much for being here. Good times tonight on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. It's always good times here, really. We can't help but have good times here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Blah blah blah. But can't wait for this stream to just get totally blocked and removed. Nah, we're never done with the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. I wanted to say that again anyway, so perfect timing. 4 times there, perfect timing. I think I will keep streaming for a little while longer, but it's a very chill stream right now. It's particularly chill right now. Particularly chill, you know the rest. A particularly chill island oasis of truth and reality. But yeah, so much good music. I was just playing a lot of amazing music, all sorts of random bits of stuff, some little things of my own even, and but like very, very tiny parts. There's a bit of an audio collage going on. Not too much, but mostly a mix, but there were some collage elements happening. I was mixing pretty hard. Nah, but just literally switching between songs on my phone. And I was just on all of my different apps. uh yeah, so like what was I gonna say about the music? Oh yeah. There and just stuff from mostly you know scores from movies and stuff like that too, or it's all sorts of various miscellanea, but it's all good and it was all curated by your boy, expertly mixed, tossed up in the washer and dryer, all fresh and clean for all y'all to peep. and that's and that's the truth, Ruth. Literally, I'm Sam Jackson and do the right thing right now. On the chill out. Oh, I need like some 50s like backup lady singers on the chill island oasis of truth and reality. It would be a little better than that, but like the real good backup girl singers from there'd be like 92.3 oldies WBFM. That's probably a real thing that I just sang. I just completely made that up and it's probably somehow real. But that's what I need for this vibe. It's the chill island oasis of truth and reality. Beep. Back to Chill Out the Oasis of Truth and Reality. It's CJ O'Connell, DJ CJ, 30th Century Man coming through, spinning the hits. Born in 96. Since then, spitting. No clicks. Clicking the trigger. Gun splat. Split your wig up in black. Black or white don't matter. We post we post racial here. The Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality knows no color. Oh yeah, Boba Fett. That reminds me of the Rasta thing. They have that movie Rockers on something right now. Hold on. We getting unplugged now. We are winding down here, but I will. I do really want to quickly just pull up Rockers real quick. Apparently, it's pretty well regarded. But oh yeah, that's what I thought. It's on, or at least I was. That's what I thought. It's on Tubi. Love that speaker, of course. But yeah. No, it's on Tubi. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's on Tubi. I'm definitely gonna watch it. There's like this thing on right now though that's like a Christian thing, and it's like amazing facts. So good because I've been loving the whole thing of like amazing truth and reality. I was just telling my friend this earlier. Like, there's a guy on Rate Your Music called Dog Cena 420, and he'll always post these really funny comments. Shouts out to whoever this guy is on Rate Your Music, where the comment will just be like, "Amazingly chill film," or something like that. Like, so on something like Rockers, he'll just be like, "Amazing rock film, amazingly rock." So yeah, it's like amazing facts. And you got this guy right here. He's like in front of like a thing. It says "Men of God," and there's like a knight. It's like a medieval. It's like a. He's got mighty men of God. It's on some like what do you call it? Medieval vibes. It's more like the battle stuff. They're making it cool, but I just think that's really funny. Amazing facts. And yeah, so this guy, it'll just be really funny. I have that lexicon in my head now, the or whatever you want to call it, that approach, the Dog Cena 420 approach. Amazing movie. No, he doesn't say movie. It can't be movie. It's film. Amazing film. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of hard to explain how funny it is. It's like you have to just kind of see it. It's like in the midst of all of these, like, generally fairly serious reviews, it's like, and the comments box is different. There's like the review section and then there's the comments box. And it's always the comments box where he says stuff. But even in the comments box, you'll see people being like, it'll be like a genuine opinion, or I'm not, but it's not that the opinions that he's giving aren't necessarily genuine. It's just, I don't know. There's just something like relatable about it. It's very meme worthy. In fact, I wonder if people online like talk about him. I feel like he's like the drill of um rate your music. I guess he's got a whole, somehow I just found a list of all of his comments. Amazing. Literally amazing. Amazingly. Just so many reviews. But yeah, there are genuine comments. It's just the thing that's so good is just being like amazing blank or amazingly blank. What the fuck? So good. There's an article. I mean, there's a thread on Rate Your Music that says in memoriam of Dog Cena 420. The guy says, "This thread will be a public service for fans of Dog Cena 420 whose account has been marked for deletion. Dot dot dot. For those who don't know, Dog Cena 420 was known for posting in the comments box of many albums with loving remark, also films, by the way, because the website does both, and that's why it's amazing. Literally amazing, amazingly film, amazingly music and films. Um, it'd be like, yeah, so yeah, like with loving, so on, in the comments box of many albums with loving remarks like amazing nostalgia and amazing chill album band. Some users were irate at the repetitive comments, but many loved and appreciated Dog Cena's for loving presence and positivity. His profile was private, so it's hard to say about his taste, but he seemed to like rock and emo music, old and new, and Japanese music, and he gave a whole lot of red 5 stars. Oh, a whole lot. I guess that's a Playboy Cardi album. Like, okay, whatever. I thought this could be a thread to share memories and screenshots of our favorite Dog Cena sayings. Please enjoy some emo bombs, amazing chill albums in memory. Yeah, and there's just a screenshot here where he just says amazing chill album band. Someone replying, "I'm gonna beat you to death, Dog Cena." Someone in the someone in the replies with a ridiculous name says, "Amazing chill positive dude. Rest in peace to one of the best users on this wretched site." Someone goes, "This is actually tragic. Amazing chill comment user." This guy with the Twin Peaks icon, never liked him, but at least he wasn't rude and snarky like some of the local stars are. Amazing chill comments. I guess RYM isn't amazing chill. We will always remember him as an amazing chill user. Amazing chill user comments. So that's where all the amazing X comments stem from. It's the last comment. Beautiful. And it's another Twin Peaks icon. I guess you can tell what what rate your music taste is like. What year is this? Amazing Twin Peaks. Yes, we got to get some Gregorian chants going. John Mouse is pretty like inspired by Gregorian chants. Who doesn't love a nice Gregorian chant? But yeah, the Twin Peaks. What Twin Peaks icon? There was a comment on this thing that you know had a Twin Peaks icon. There are two people who had them, so it's like what kind of taste you're getting when you go on a site like Rate Your Music. It's like David Lynch and Radiohead, which is just funny because I do like those things, but it's hilarious how niche, or so I guess you could say so-called quote unquote niche type stuff winds up having a sort of mainstream populace of its own, just in the deeper recesses of the internet, or not necessarily. I mean, but basically, if you're interested in like reception to pieces and stuff, it's funny enough. Sometimes I have mixed reception of my own on giving reception, giving ratings, giving things like that. But in all honesty, I guess that thing like that Doug Cena 420 thing, just saying like amazing truth and reality, like or whatever. I mean, that's a mixture. That's a CJ O'Connell original. That's a Doug Cena 420 Mad Lib, that I made up. But it's like amazingly positive, you know, amazing chill film, period, with like a period at the end where you're kind of like, mm-hmm. It's like amazingly, it took me 400 times to understand this film. Amazing soundtrack. On Dazed and Confused, just be like, amazingly dazed. Amazing Facts is still on right now. Local 7 is also on. You guys want to watch some public access? I've mentioned it a few times, but yeah, I've done some work at the local public access station. It's actually pretty chill. Amazingly chill reality. Amazingly chill public access vibes. Oh yeah, I even mentioned that earlier because I was talking about the eccentric folks that would come through there. Yeah, I even had this idea when I was really funny enough, thinking speaking of Twin Peaks, like can't believe I thought I was being original. I mean, I did think it was at least like a little bit original, but I was getting into Lynch and Twin Peaks like I don't know, 5 years ago, and like I was also doing work at the public access studio, and I just like I had this like idea that I even it's kind of embarrassing because the boss there was like amazingly chill. Nah, but he was just like a dude, you know what I mean? And like basically I even showed him the synopsis for it, but it was essentially like a Twin Peaks-esque, show at a public access studio and like all the eccentric folk, and then there's winds up being some kind of supernatural uh like interference or something, or like presence. I don't know. I didn't really flesh it out very much. Um no pun intended, but it's like I didn't it was essentially a rip off of like a Twin Peaks type of vibe. That was around the same time as I thought of another sort of Lynch inspired type plot where it was like almost like a haunted house movie, but it turns into kind of like a kind of a but, someone watched Mulholland Drive, basically and basically it becomes it's a movie set though, but it turns into kind of like a whatever, like a like a plot. There's like the movie and kind of like an anti-Hollywood thing or like an anti um I mean, come to think of it, I could have made that into something. It's one of my better ideas, honestly, but it's a little too indebted to other things. Like sometimes that happens and it's a habit that can be embarrassing in a way. It's like if there are certain things that really stick with me in that sense, I'll be like I might come up with a script or something, but I just cannot help myself but to be like indebted to the stuff that inspired me, you know? Like it's why I haven't really gotten too into script writing for a while because I mean, I think honestly I'm just better with music, but like I find myself constructing scripts for example, like based on like the songs that play. And I don't know. I feel like if I was going to be a real purist about it, like well, I guess there's a you can do that, but at the same time it's like I kind of feel like you should make a film where a story really strikes you, but it's also original, you know? Or at least somehow original. Yeah, so, like and it just makes me it's like it just makes me think of when I was, like, 14 or something, and I wrote, like, a Donnie Dar I saw Donnie Darko, and it was like, I wrote a script that was something like, a guy psychological horror where it's like, there was a lot of stuff I did go kinda hard, I guess, writing about the details, but, like, it was pretty much and now that I think about it, it was very much so in the same vein too, like, it was like, a kid he's destroying the school and stuff, and it's like, oh, you think he might be, you don't know what's going on, you don't know if he's, like, if he's I guess I didn't think of it like this at the time, but it was kind of like possessed, right, or something, but the whole idea is basically like, is a ghost or whatever doing this to him, or is he doing it to himself, It's like a and then, of course, he was doing it to himself. That's spoiler alert. But, yeah, it's like that was something that I, came up with when I was, like, 14 after watching Donnie Darko, you know what I mean? It's like and you can just very clearly see the lineage. Donnie Darko is pretty hilariously described on Rate Your Music as being quote unquote tween Lynch. This is really funny. But I mean, there are always those inclinations. Like I was thinking about it recently too. Like I'd be like, oh, like kind of wanting to make like a crime comedy or something. It's like, well, that's Wes Anderson, Bottle Rocket. You know what I mean? Especially, and that's a great movie. Very underrated. A very underrated Wes Anderson movie. It's his debut film. It's one of those things where it's like it's true that people don't really talk about it, and but not just because it's like people don't seem to like it that much, or at least they like it, but they're not crazy about it, or you know, not crazy, but like they're not in love with it or something. And I mean, taking that movie for what it is, I mean, I'm pretty in love with it. You know what I mean? But I can see how I can see the it doesn't. I mean, the trilogy for me is Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, and the Royal Tenenbaums. And as far as I'm concerned, Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou is like a turn into new territory where making these kind of I mean, the Royal Tenenbaums began it, but the Life Aquatic kind of seals it, turning into these kind of overblown set pieces and stuff like that. I mean, that's why the reception of that movie was kind of mixed. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, but that would be my guess is that because I think that was one of the words that they would use to describe it, right? It was like bloated kind of. And I mean, it's true. It's also a little bit too long and it's like, yeah, um, like it's flawed, but I've heard many people say it's their favorite Wes Anderson movie. And I mean, it's like, it is pretty, I mean, it's great. It's still great, you know? I don't really I don't think there's a Wes Anderson movie that I don't think is at least pretty great, you know? It's pretty rare. I mean, it'd be interesting to, these are things it's my version of almost like SI type stuff. It's just like well, it's like FISI stuff or something, just like being like ranking and rating things. But it's just like again, like I said, I'm almost split on even doing that in the first place. Like I can't I can almost not decide if it's like a good thing to do that. Like if it kind of takes the fun away or the enjoyment. Like again though, back to Dog Cena, he would rate so many things 5 stars. That is what I thought when I first started using Rate Your Music. I was like, I'm just gonna like and it still says it. It's true. It's like mostly a collection of favorites. Enjoy this indulgent nonsense. And it's like, you know, I think I'm pretty consistent on that being the case, that it's, mostly favorites because I mean, the most ratings I have, the most well, put it this way, I have 110 al albums. I have 110 albums that I've rated 4 stars. That's the most I've rated 4 stars. That's the most albums. Why am I having such a hard time explaining this? Because it's like I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but it's like that's how many albums I've rated that are 4 stars. Okay, but that's the most I've rated things for. I've rated albums 4 stars the most. Get it if you understand. So it's like, but if and then on my films, I've rated films 3.5 stars. 140 movies 3.5, and that's the most like again, I've rated the most movies 3.5. So basically, I've rated the most albums 4 stars, and I've rated the most films 3.5 stars. So my point being that I would say I'm fairly generous, like, and that more importantly, I stick to my word here when I say that it's mostly a collection of favorites. So I haven't gotten too, as I put here, right? As I haven't gotten too indulgent. I don't think. Almost Famous is a pretty good movie. It's a lot of nostalgia for me. That's cool, Winston's mom. Thanks for sending that thing about the tab an extra. That's interesting. What up? I'm in the background of the new Mel Gibson film. Might like the old time radio shows. Another good recommendation. Recommendation. Goldie Hawn. Nice. Whose kid is in who Goldie Hawn's kid is in Almost Famous? Yeah, what the fuck? I forgot she's with Kurt Russell. For some reason, I had a dream. It might have been last night. You guys are gonna think I'm making this up, but like I had I guess it's not that crazy, but like I guess it's just like, oh yeah, okay, her daughter. I recognize her. Yep, that's Kate Hudson. Anyway, I had a dream. I think literally last night that like Kurt Russell showed up, and I told him that he was good in Death Proof or something, but it wasn't Death Proof. It was very vague, but I don't know. He appeared. It was in my grandparents' bedroom, and he was just like on the bed, not in a sexual way, but like I was just talking to him. He just appeared on the bed, and I just told him like, "You were good in Death Proof or something," and he was like, "Thank you." Where Kurt Russell came from? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really like consider, or maybe was I talking about the Hateful Eight? Maybe I mean, it's like it's not surprising though. I mean, in a Tarantino sense, because I was just thinking, yeah, he's in 2 Tarantino movies, so in the Tarantinian legacy or whatever, it's like, yeah, that's how I know Kurt Russell. Funny enough, I mean, call me a plebe or whatever, but because, like, I mean, Kurt Russell, oh my god, he was back in the '80s and stuff. Yeah, well, okay, like, what honestly is Kurt Russell in that's really that good? I know I just said I had a dream where for some reason, that I was really nice to him, but I'm gonna talk a little shit right now. I mean, honestly, like, what is that great that he's been in? I'm just kidding, but well, I guess he was in The Thing, which I still need to watch. And I was into. Oh yeah, that's right. He was in the John Carpenter movies, which are pretty badass. So that's cool. But again, I mean, oh, he does show up in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood too, but that doesn't really count very much. He's one of those people who I feel like just always kind of plays himself. Kate Hudson though. Yeah, I was just thinking Almost Famous, like it's just like I mean, that's one of the probably movies, one of the like bigger movies of my life. It's like there is like weird stuff though. Like I was just thinking, of it, they're like the flower, the boy, and everything, but they are like pretty young after all. But that's kind of the thing, right? With at least the Billy Crudup character, it's like, what are you doing with this like groupie girl? But like that's what they did. And the story itself is interesting, and just at the very least for the act of the central thing of like he's 13 or whatever, but he's going no he's 15, so and he's working for Rolling Stone. What? They don't know yet in the band, and it's just like so much. There's a lot. It's it's definitely a very good movie. This cast photo is pretty good here. Mark Kozilek from Red House Painters and Sun Kill Moon is in it, which is funny. Kind of weird and random. Another great picture of them is Stillwater. They did a very great job of like mimicking the era and like, damn, I mean, true. Like Phil Hoffman though as Lance Bangs, like this article, how Almost Famous inspired a generation of music journalists. Yeah, for the worst. I'm just kidding, but well, ideally for the best. I mean, it's like you can't help but I don't know how old you guys were when you saw that movie, but I mean, I was probably the perfect age to see it. I was like 14 or 15 or something, and I mean, literally like the age of the kid in the movie, and I was just like, "That's dope. That's dope." And yeah, I feel like the movie it's already imbued with a nostalgic sentiment, so it's like I mean, not just in the sense of being taking place in the 70s, but, you know, the way I don't know what it is, but how it feels, the way it feels. There seems to be this, like, sunlit kinda summer glow that I appreciate very much, very like, it's in a lot of movies that it's really done really does it a lot of favors, like, because I do think of it very much even in this picture right here, like, it's got that look, it's that summer glow, nostalgic summer glow, I love that, I love that vibe. I'm a sucker for that kinda thing. But, of course, let's ruin everyone's day with this article from the same website, Inside Hook. Why are so many pop punk songs from 20 years ago beloved by incels? That is a thing, kinda, but Oh yeah, that's right. Good Charlotte's, good girls and boys is problematic now. Amazingly truthed and realityed. I like how that was like one of my first favorite songs, and the Good Charlotte was one of my first favorite bands. But I never really got super into the pop punk scene. But I mean, everyone already kind of knows this stuff. I mean, Weezer. I don't know. I mean, it used to be. It wasn't a it. What do you guys think? I mean, it's like it didn't used to be a big deal, but then now it is, and it's again, it's just like everything. It feels like just like everything else. It's like it's true that it's probably not good per se, and that it's a lot of complaining and just like bitching from whiny young men. That's always what's happened. Ever since I was young, I didn't get that into pop punk because I feel like I knew as like an 8-year-old kid that the vocals just on a something like a sonic level that their voices always sounded whiny. So it's not surprising that the you know content matches the delivery. Feel me? I feel like I just did a pretty good job of explaining that. You know, pat pound the back for myself. But well, what's this here? You know, there's a this article here. Okay, it's important to like what talking about a song that I don't even really know. Wheatus's Teenage Dirtbag. Hold on. What does it sound like? Let me see. Terrible. I've heard that. Oh, it's Jason Biggs. Nice. American Pie. Fuck yeah, American Pie, dude. Yeah, no, you can miss me with that vibe. But still, this. All right, enough. I'm trying to stop it. Stop. In a thread titled "Teenage Dirtbag is such an incel song." We're gonna dive into the hotbed of. Oh shit! It's an actual website. Incels.is. Nice. This person's uh, uh avatar. This person's icon. I think is Asuka from Neon Genesis Evangelion. Uh, so that's I'm sorry, you guys, but that's kind of based. But listen to this nonsense. He's like, basically about this cuck who drools over this girl at school. The only non-incel part of the song is when she asks him out at the end. Wait, so I don't get it. Is this anti? Is this pro-incel or anti-incel? What's And then this person's like, yes, perhaps the end was the perhaps yes, perhaps the end bit was ironic as it was him singing it. Bruticus says, yeah, he probably made it up in his schizo brain as a way to cope with team love. That clearly stands for something. Team. I mean, that's not a thing. I don't know. Whatever. Find it later. It's gonna wind up. I'm gonna get flagged for some crazy, insane alt right like conspiracy theory or whatever. But no, like whatever team is, it's like a Nazi slang. I don't know, but yeah, it's like get fucked over for that. But no, it's like the incel theme song, JFL, just some invisible guy being ignored by Stacy. No matter how hard he tries, nothing works. Right. Hmm. Well, I thought that right. It's an anti-cuck mentality. I mean, I understand that in a sense, but it is I guess I don't know. It's kind of like simping. I think simping is a better term, but cuck is really funny. But hold on. It's like who actually likes getting cucked? But I love this stuff of the this article is literally from 2 days ago. And it's like this person is this person is explaining things like it's investigative journalism, you know? Like in parentheses, it's like incels refer to good-looking popular women as quote unquote Stacy. It's like you know, Chris Hansen cracking the code. Like this is journalism now. It's like so anyway, I actually just wanted to read this one part and see what this vibe is all about. It's like, of course, it was never Brown's intention for Teenage Dirtbag to be an incel anthem. Unrequited love and feeling like a misfit are both near universal parts of being in high school, and there are countless songs about these subjects. It's important to note that addressing these themes in song is not on its own inherently sexist. And then in parentheses, it goes into this long fucking diatribe where it says, would we call Taylor Swift's You Belong With Me, which she sees her comparing herself to her crush's girlfriend by singing, she wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts, she's cheer captain, and I'm on the bleachers, incel pop, for example? Then it says, maybe if female incels existed. So it's saying that that female incels don't exist. Interesting. Isn't that interesting? And then it says, in some cases the misogyny is obvious, but in others, songs that are harmless explorations of feeling lonely or isolated have been co-opted by incels grasping for hidden meaning, etc., etc. And we all know about the trope. I mean, it's like the toxic nice guy, you know, oh, woe is me. I don't girls don't like me, so fuck you. It's just I just can't stand the tone here. I mean, I don't know. Is it really true that that there aren't such that there isn't such a thing as a female incel? And if not, why do you think that is? You know, that's what I'd be curious. That's what I'd like to ask Bonnie Sternberg. You know, it's like, is that because it's easier for women to mate? Is that what you're saying? Let's go. Let's go further. Let's really get into it, Bonnie. But anyway, there was one other thing I was gonna say. I can't remember. Oh yeah, there's another just thing here where in parentheses it says, "What sort of internalized misogyny, for example, did I wind up having to work through later in life as a direct result of blindly and happily singing along to refrains like "Girls don't like boys, girls like cars and money" as a 14-year-old girl. I get it, okay, but it's just like I just don't know, and and plus I just feel like it's like again, I do get it, but it's like again, this odd period we're in of like metacognating. It's like you only care. I don't know for sure, but something tells me that this person probably only cares because they started thinking about it and they started thinking, "Oh my god, my internalized misogyny from hearing this fucking novelty pop song, you know, tongue in cheekly referring to girls as materialistic." It's like Madonna's Material Girl. What the fuck? I mean, yeah, okay, she was being tongue in cheek too. So we're good, Charlotte. What are these lyrics to Material Girl? I mean, is it what is up with Madonna? You know, like what is up with Madonna? I've always thought that Material Girl was tongue in cheek, and you know, I'm pretty sure the same is true of Girls and Boys. Like Camille Paleo what once said that Madonna is the true is like a true feminist or something like that. But I don't really know about her, man. But why did I start talking about that? Just because it's like anyway, it's just a sort of like thinking about it in retrospect. I mean, yeah, like I can agree with plenty of stuff that winds up looking, you know, mm, like kind of just like bad fe or something from the past. Not always, but like remember what a big deal everyone made about the Gone with the Wind thing? Like it's like in retrospect because she was just because you know Hattie McDaniel is the mammy, so it's I mean her performance in that movie is great, and there's even a part where she and I'm not just like saying this, you know, there's a part in Gone with the Wind where she comes down the stairs, wrecked by how just how far things have fallen with you know Scarlett and the Rhett and essentially like I don't want to spoil anything if anyone hasn't who hasn't seen it, but it's like the Mammy character is like she's so sad and distraught by a tragedy that's you know befallen the the family that it kind of made me tear up a little bit. It's like I didn't it didn't make me feel any type of way. I was actually kind of annoyed at the at the tragedy that occurs because I was like, really? I was like, it's like fuck you, you know. But then Hattie McDaniel comes through and is like, makes me feel feelings. You know what I mean? She did win. Funny enough, I'm just reading now. I guess she won Best Supporting Actress at the Damn, she was the first African American to win an Academy Award. Well, see, there you go. It's like that's says it all. But it's like I can understand not liking to see a depiction of, because I mean she's essentially like a slave, you know. Um, so it's like if you don't, it's what do we call her? She's basically a slave, though. I mean, it's like there's no, you know, nice way of putting it, but it's like, but she's very close with the family, and it's like there's such a I guess you could say pathos. There's such like pathos in her performance that I'm just like, what? This is. I mean, yeah, it's like it sucks that she was a slave, but this is still really good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So anyway, I can understand like just being like, oh, I'm gonna pass on that because I don't like that she's a slave in it. But it's like, um, she's essentially like the right hand woman in the house. Not saying it's fair or anything, but it's like, I mean, if anything, it's just the pathos is just like, yo, she killed it so good. Hattie McDaniel. Just link me to Paulette Goddard. Gorgeous. She's in Modern Times. Great movie. Both of us made me tear up. Big League.
Get a new mattress for as little as $11.
Charlie Brown.
Just as bad for him.
What? Oh, not the rim. Not what's his name? Schultz. Not Charles Schultz's Charlie Brown. But this pilot. I'll check that out later. I'll need to like read up on who these people even are. But yeah, oh, things that make people tear up. Oh wow, we've only got one person here now. That was quick. Okay, two people here now. Nice. It says great book out too. Amazing, amazing. You into war stories? Yeah, that's cool. Like I don't know. I guess I don't discriminate that much, but I don't know. War movies, I don't generally. It's not like I don't gravitate towards them in particular, but it's like, you know, there are many amazing movies that are war movies, obviously. I mean, obviously, one that comes to mind that is, albeit a little unconventional, is Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket. I mean, that's probably like, I would say it's probably one of the best. That might be the best war film I've seen so far. I don't know if we talked about this, but I really need to watch Patton. But I guess what I'm saying here basically is that I don't I feel like I haven't really seen that many war movies. It's like I haven't even seen Saving Private Ryan. Not fully, not in full. Uh-oh, my memory is fucking up. Not my memory, but my computer's memory. Um get this. Oh, it's actually this is the war film article. Okay. Patton, there's a movie on him. Oh yeah, yeah. It's. I mean, a lot of people call it one of the greats. It's just called Patton. Francis Ford Coppola. Just look that up real quick. I mean, you'd probably, again, I literally haven't seen it, but you'd probably see it topping a lot of war film lists. A lot of like best war film lists. I mean, it's like if you count something like Tarantino's Inglorious Bastards is like a war movie. That's kind of a war movie, but not really, right? uh, you know, it's strange. I guess there really aren't too many war movies that come. Oh, I guess Rambo, kind of, but again, not really a full fledged war movie. Oh yeah, look at that. It's Inglorious Bastards is a war movie on this list here, and it actually beat Full Metal Jacket here by a few places. This is on Vulture.com's list of the top like the top 50 war movies. Oh yeah, and it's got of course Come and See here, which I have saved. They got it's like shh, don't tell anybody, but they have the full movie on YouTube, so I have it saved. But it looks pretty harrowing, so I've been kind of saving it. You know what I mean? But I've heard it's amazing. But of course, Apocalypse Now. It's like just I've I've been saving that too. I mean, because I feel like that gets into like all time grades territory. It's like I've been saving that and saving and saving Private Ryan, which of course they come right after the next in this one. Saving Private Ryan beats it just by one. Let's see, what did they put? And that's six. Oh, Paths of Glory. So there's another. That's dope that they put that one at number two. What is Ran? Kira Kurosawa. Oh, this thumbnail just looked whack. Sorry, guys. But but no. What? Oh, okay. That's cool, but wow, I've never even heard of Kurosawa's Ran. Anyway, Paths of Glory is amazing. That's Kubrick's very first war movie. And then some people say like well, I've read that basically Paths of Glory was pretty much his only like universally acclaimed movie. Like people forget, I guess. It seems generally true, not so much nowadays, but like basically people forget that Kubrick almost always received mixed reviews about his films. It's like it wasn't until I don't know, maybe the last it I mean, he's been considered a legend for quite a while now, but I don't know. I might go as far as to say he wasn't. Mm, I would just say he wasn't. He generally had mixed reception to his films upon release, and I feel like he wasn't really, except for with Paths of Glory, and I mean his last movie was Eyes Wide Shut in 1999. Again, probably that might even be one of his. I mean, that's one of his most like divisive movies. And I, don't want to get into that movie too much right now, but it's like, but the and me and Bobby Brown are always going in about that, and me, Bobby Brown, and Karma's Pimp, amazingly conspiratorial film, amazingly chill conspiracy film. No, yeah, sorry, amazingly chill conspiratorial film. But my point is that uh, I think Kubrick got a lot of like retrospective love after Eyes Wide Shut. So it's not unreasonable for me to say that I think it's more in the last 20 years that he got true reception as a legend, which is bizarre because I think it's only that David Lynch, another example, has been really regarded as a legend in the last 20 years. Funny enough, basically after Mulholland Drive, which might as well almost be, in some regards, it's like a spiritual sequel to Eyes Wide Shut or something, which is kind of amazing, right? But in a very loose kind of way. I mean, in a again with a kind of amazingly chill conspiracy vibe. Mulholland Drive isn't very chill though. The funny thing about Eyes Wide Shut is that it's actually pretty chill. Um, I know that sounds funny, but I mean, hear me out. Watch the movie. I mean, there's a lot of suspense, and when stuff is creepy and scary, it does hit home. But it's like the more like like ridiculous and disturbing elements are, I think, surprisingly muted for how people act about it. Like, I mean, I think one reviewer said something like, I mean, at least about the masked orgy scene, they were like, "Oh, it's like the tamest masked orgy scene. It's like, I've ever seen or whatever." But which I think is like kind of missing the point. It's like that's not, again, it's just these stupid things. It's like that's not what makes it good. It's like, what did it have to be fucking insane and vulgar for you to get the point? Fuck you. It's like that, and honestly, it adds to the movie being good that it doesn't do that. It's perfectly fine the way it is. It's evil enough, you know what I mean? Like, so that's just a stupid, people are just so stupid about these things. But anyway, yeah, man. Then you got like Lynch, sort of similar deal. But I might even go as far as to say him, well, yeah, 20 years. It's in the last 20 years that I think he's really been regarded as a legend. But it's like Kubrick was around forever, I guess you could say the same thing about Lynch though. It's Lynch is, at least he's still alive, knock on wood. He's a living legend basically. Kubrick is the retrospective legend, and Lynch is the retrospective living legend. It's pretty fitting that way, isn't it? I mean, Kubrick even showed Lynch's Eraserhead on the set of The Shining to quote unquote set the mood or something like that. To prepare they like showed everyone on set the movie and stuff to like set the mood and stuff like that. So That itself even kind of shows that connection there. But I'd have to check on when exactly Mulholland Drive was put into, because I'm pretty sure it was put in. Actually, it was conceived as like a Twin Peaks spinoff. So, but Eyes Wide Shut was based on a book, right? So, I mean, it kind of goes back some time. So it's reasonable to believe that Mulholland Drive could have taken some kind of vague inspiration from Eyes Wide Shut, at least partaking in the lineage of sort of and and uh, at least implicitly anti-elite. I mean, at least implicitly, if not explicitly, anti-elite conspiracy films. You know what I mean? Eyes Wide Shut is a little more on the nose in that regard, but both anti-elite conspiracy films nonetheless. You know what I mean? But anyway, um, but essentially, yeah, people just forget that Kubrick got that mixed reception. Like forever. Oh yeah, but that's what I was wondering. Essentially, it seems like it takes about 50 years for someone to, you know, for people to start understanding what you're doing. I guess if your art is any good. But you do run that risk. I mean, when you consider the types of movies that both of them do, generally speaking, I mean, it's like I feel like the content alone alienates people, and understandably so. They're both generally pretty dark filmmakers. Alex Jones, you got some? Did he get some Bohemian Owl? I mean, some Bohemian Grove footage or something? See, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And what's up with that? In the Twin Peaks, the owls are not what they seem. A lot of Masonic stuff, but everyone knows that. Again, I've talked about this. Very, very interesting. Oh, jeez. When this song starts playing, it's about to be an 80s type vibe. Oh, man, I got windows going. I got too many windows open here. One sec. Highway to the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Black Swan is good. Aronofsky's pretty good, but um, he's very visceral and very like I think substance driven. Or no, sorry, visceral and I think style driven. But like when he's good, he's great. Yeah, I mean, Of course, Requiem for a Dream, you know, just one of the OG, like, you know, I've said this a few times now, but like one of the first movies to both disturb and intrigue me. And again, I think it all had to do with the style and the kind of music video type style that it had going for it. And again, of course, the Clint Mansell soundtrack and just, you know, it's so fucking propulsive, it's and harrowing that like you can't help but be taken by it. But it's like, ooh, rough film, and everyone knows that, you know. You know, it's essentially the best anti-drug movie ever made. um, all right, I gotta close out some of these windows here. Yeah, I love Pi, Requiem for a Dream, The Wrestler, and Black Swan. And I would say they were all pretty formative movies for me, all four of them. My favorite as of now might be his debut film Pi. It's surprisingly based. But it does ultimately cop to some sentiments that I mean are a little bit groan worthy at the very least. But kind of lays the blueprint, like no pun intended, you know, for the kind of stuff that he would do going forward. You know, it's a I've probably seen it described like this, but it's, you know, it's like a paranoid thriller. Fucking microwave going off upstairs, and it's no one's getting it. The Wrestler. Best movie ever, even Black Swan. Man, I was just thinking about Black Swan, and like I was thinking, my friend likes Black Swan a lot, or my friend loves Black Swan, but I'm like, is it really that good? It is really good, but it's also like, I mean, it's like it's pretty short and not that much happens. That's what kind of helps make it good, though. I will admit, you know. Natalie Portman kills it. What do you think? She's like an ISTJ or something? I think I've seen her character type as a ISTJ before. ISTJ cracking under the pressures of perfectionism. Yeah, man. Aronofsky always does these things with the camera where he puts you in like the point of view kind of, and you're like, again, it's very visceral. You're like, oh fuck. Like I'm just thinking of even it the way that makes you like kind of hate that mom. You know, her mom is like super scary. Hold on one second. Nice. I was annoyed at first because I thought my mom had to come downstairs and do stuff, but she was nice enough to get me a chocolate croissant from Dunkin' Donuts. How nice is that? It's pretty good. Top Gun? I still haven't seen that whole movie. Yeah, perfection. I saw a quote about that. Black Swan, perfection. Like, you've probably seen Whiplash, right? That's a really good quote unquote perfection movie. It's a similar thing to Black Swan, just not nearly as it's just not like a psychological horror, you know? It is in a way Whiplash, but it's not it's mostly just it's mostly just a, you know, like a riveting drama. But the basic setups are the same. It's like I'm going to be the best dancer in the world, proceeds to go insane. I'm going to be the best drummer in the world, proceeds to go insane. Uh, of course, again, Black Swan is much more direct in the insanity. In Whiplash, it's actually debatable what exactly is going on. I mean, like, certainly not good, but up until the very end, it's like you're really wondering, like, what's gonna become of this kid, you know? Like in Black Swan, I feel like it's pretty clear, like, oh, like Nina is losing it. But in Whiplash, it's much more like, yeah, hi, I'm willingly giving up my life to pursue this, and I don't care that this guy is an evil tyrant that's teaching, you know, that runs the jazz band. It's like I don't care, you know. It's like a strange, I think, almost like, um, you know, Fletcher, the drum teacher or the jazz teacher, is like, I mean, whatever you want to call him, the jazz band leader, the jazz band instructor. He's like an ENTJ tyrant, and you know, the kid, Neiman, is like your typical kind of ISFP protege. So, in an odd way, there's kind of like a master slave dynamic going on. but it kind of keeps you wondering until the very end, like, damn, like who's gonna get the upper hand? Like what? Where exactly is this going? You know. So it's a great movie, but like, similar. I talked about like Paul Thomas Anderson's The Master. I mean, I don't know exactly what their types are. It's a little less clear, but again, kind of an ENTJ ISFP master slave dynamic going on. Oh, that's fine. I was just talking about Whiplash and the you know ISFP ENTJ master slave dynamic, and vice versa. You know, ENTJ. I mean ENTJ as master, ISFP as slave, or something like that. But it's Whiplash and The Master. I think are two movies like that tackle that dynamic. But it seems pretty clear to me that they're that's the vibe. Uh, the ENTJ ISFP master slave dynamic. Wait, is that right? The INTJ ISFP master slave dynamic. Okay, there we go. But anyway, I'm getting tired. Boba Fett says ENTJs are about the most annoying people ever. I don't know that many ENTJs, but they tend to get pretty much the worst reputations in the MBTI. I think a little bit less. I mean, I think a little bit worse than the ESTJs because there's this idea of their proclivity to be more um manipulative, I guess, just because they have tool NI. So it's not just the NI, but it's tool NI too. So it's a lethal combination. TE Dom with NI tool. Boba Fett says, no, you don't get to tell me how what to do, you cunt, equals ENTJ insta death. I know a copybook meme worthy one. He's literally a boss of a recruiting company, the uber corporate guy. Yeah. That's always the case because, you know, it's like it's a voracious type. Um a friend of mine's mom is an is almost definitely an ENTJ, and she had a very strong corporate presence for a long time. But you know, I don't want to speak too much on it. But essentially, she's very domineering, and it's like, you know, the FI fourth, I think, does a number on them. You know, like uh, or sorry, is it? Yeah, FI fourth is just like what's going on there, buddy? You know, but it's I mean, let's just say she loves in her own way. And I don't mean to be rude about her, but It sort of seems like the ENTJ way. Now, I feel like though that a good example of an ENTJ redemption arc is in the Royal Tenenbaums with Gene Hackman's Royal Tenenbaum. I mean, he essentially devises a plan to win his family back, and it is indeed sort of manipulative because he pretends to be dying to get his, you know, kind of troubled family under the same roof and to kind of reunite everyone and essentially get him and them in. He wants them to be in his good graces, but it's like he does learn, and as it progresses, like, I mean, without giving too much away, it's like it is very much so about like sincere love and redemption. It's like, the grumpy old guy isn't so bad. It's like, again, it's kind of similar. He just loves in his own way. uh and whatever it is, it's that Fi is a bitch, you know or at least that's what it seems like. So it's like a matter of almost like getting around that. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're selfish. I mean, so it's like they it's like part of their, technically speaking, right? It makes sense that it would be part of their redemption arc to like become less selfish. And that's basically what the Royal Tenenbaums is kind of about with the patriarch, of the family, kind of ENTJ patriarch redemption arc. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. No one for stereotype, but some ring so true, scarily true. Nasty woman, I'll bet. Poor friend, lol. That's terrible, but well, he would probably say that. Just trying to see the best in people. No, but it's very much so that ENTJ loving in their own way kind of thing. Very very Fi, and it's very poor Fi. It's like not good. It's not very good Fi. Um, Sort of interesting though. I guess they have role Fe, but anyway, Boba Fett says, I find myself so torn on believing between believing truly in type stuff and not believing any of it sometimes. Yeah, there are times where it's like I think it works, and there are times when it doesn't seem to work, or at least it doesn't work as neatly as it could because people are complicated. But if Fe tool, you think I would need the Fe radar to see that? You seemingly have the Fifi then. Fe tool maybe Fi sixth. Fi six. I don't know. How would Fi sixth be? That would be ignoring, wouldn't it? No, sorry, it would be demonstrative. It's not entirely impossible, but I don't know about that. But I also just know a lot about type at this point, and not like a lot, not as much as some people, but enough to share observations like that, like I just did, that I'm sure would generally withstand, I don't know, so-called TI scrutiny. I don't know. Hopefully, it's like if I know anything about type, you know what I mean. Peter Dentici says FE tool is very acquiescent with others. I do have the Enneagram 9 stuff going on, so it's not totally unreasonable, but I would think that I'm almost inclined to believe that my life might be a bit easier if I was FE tool, but I just don't know if it's true, you know what I mean? I mean, and if it's not, I mean, and if it is, then I did just might not be utilizing it as well as I could or something. But it's not. But again, yeah, it's possible. Only if the behind the scenes Fifi gets the or Fi goes gives the go ahead. PP. I'm yet to see an actual example of FE polar. Yeah, interesting. Explain yourself there. Boba Fett. Do you know what FE polar actually looks like? I I feel like I know I think you're talking to Boba Fett, but I do think I've seen examples of FE polar. Like check Grace's session over at the TWFP. Well, why not? I'm still streaming at 10 a.m., so why not just go check out just whatever. I'm curious, I guess, just to scroll through it really quickly and see if what the deal is here. INTJ fun session. Just giving me an Enneagram ad before this.
Are you the person who's
From
always
Truity. Get out of here. I only follow the Dentici method. Am I wrong, or did I hear tell that you have your own theories about things, Peter Dentici? You know, about I mean, mostly Enneagram, about Enneagram and such. I mean, I guess everyone has you know what I mean, though. I'm saying like developed theories, like models and such. I guess I might just be thinking of you being kind of like the resident Enneagram expert, not necessarily having, you know, created any new frameworks or anything. But I considered that could be the case. I mean, there's a lot of obviously, as you know, there's like a lot of interesting branches off of that and the developing of theories, you know, branching off of the original tree of Enneagram or whatever you want to call it.
I'm trying to work towards a universal.
But INTJ, okay, you're right. Polar
Okay, I
FE.
didn't notice.
So like, let's just go to a random part in this.
So we established that I definitely have FI polar, not polar demon.
Backslot. Yeah, you're a TI dom. And you're also an INTP, and you're not an ISTP. This conversation.
Oh, Eric immediately
is
is
not the
disagreeing.
conversation I have with ISTPs. But before we just lock that in place, I want you to now to have the floor. I'm going to try not to interrupt and talk very much here. And I want you to just sort of express all your thoughts that you can remember coming into this session, things that you might wish you had talked about during the thing that I didn't give you a chance to because I cut you off and you're an introvert and so you back off or whatever. Just you have the floor and yammer at me whatever you want for however long.
Well, I mean, you've already decided on my type, so I'm
great. I have not. That's the point.
You
I'm
have
saying,
not.
I'm saying it certainly seems that way, but I don't want to rush to judgment. That's why I'm saying have the floor and talk to me for a bit. Let me see if there's anything else that stands out.
I mean, this is halfway through.
What was the original topic again? How I felt before coming in here?
Things you thought you probably wanted to express before you had the session. You probably had some things in mind that you thought, if he says yeah, I want to make sure to ask him yeah because I have a problem with that or something like that. I want to make sure you get a chance to voice those things, and if you have any, and then also anything that during the course of the session you might have noticed yourself, I wish I'd been able to finish what I was saying about that. And remember, if you did notice yourself and remember, then say that now too.
I don't really remember. I think. Well, since we already decided on my type, I think we can just move on. And whatever I felt back then is irrelevant now, right? Because I kind of forgot already.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's not irrelevant because the one thing that's inconsistent with INTP is you are not demonstrating SI. The reason I keep talking to you is because you're confusing.
Yeah, I know, right? Immediately.
NI.
NI?
Not SI.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that in myself too. That's why I thought I might have been an ISTP. But also, you don't think I'm any polar.
Right, that's where I am right now. Is I think you're an ISTP, but you don't seem to be any polar.
What?
Yeah, but I also don't have SE.
Okay, so then I went to INTP. Then I went to INTP, but listening to you talk.
It's occurring to me right now. It's like watching. It's like football for nerds.
It's
like
not SI.
So you think I might be like
bad call, ref?
And I don't because they have
no, but ISTP.
Wait, I don't.
No,
you don't
ISTP, huh?
Your FE is fourth. Your FE is fourth. You're an ISTP.
Oh no!
You got to be an ISTP. You got to be an ISTP.
Like I don't know enough to know so far, but it's just funny because I thought it was INTP, but he says ISTP.
7th slot NE. You kind of seem to invalidate my NE polar test a little bit, but I mean it's not. You're obviously not an NE dom or anything. But I'm saying
it's like I don't think he's wrong. I don't have enough information yet.
Well, I think I can use NE if you force me to.
Funny idea.
It's not my natural mode of thinking. I would rather distill all my ideas to come up with one cohesive solution than to ponder on what ifs, you know.
Okay, so
see quality over quantity.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's like she doesn't seem very FE though.
I'm working with a 5th grader on.
Could be just lower. Could just be that 4th slot FE though.
Is shape constancy. When you were a little baby, before you had shape constancy, if somebody held something up to you, you went, yeah, it's funny. If they then covered your eyes, you. No, we have grace. So, or as long as the unfairness is of my own free will and not trying to be taken from.
So whatever. What do you guys think? I mean, yeah, that's also an interesting thing. Like Winston's mom, lovely is always the word that I use, and it has occurred to me that like I'm not sure that that's a particularly common descriptor of an INTJ, but it could be of a you know like a well integrated sort of like mature INTJ, and by that I don't mean old. I mean literally mature. You know what I mean? In their personality or however you want to describe it, because I guess that's what that would be. Once you could integrate your polar function like that, you must be sort of mature, but at the same time it is so good that I'm like, that I do wonder, like, but I don't know what other type she could be. I haven't really thought it through. I still tend to believe that she's INTJ. Like, but indeed, you don't talk to Winston's mom and think, oh, like Effie Polar, like she doesn't know what's going on. It's just like social. She's like pretty like on the ball, pretty socially aware, pretty on the ball. Um, so who knows? I'd have to ask her. I mean, she's probably explained it before, maybe even to me, and I just don't remember. But I would be curious to know how like that has worked out for her. Like how it's gone. If it's been a journey for her to get as good at FE as she seems to be as an INTJ. Spacey, yeah. I've talked to Spacey. He's been on the where. He used to go on the whereby when I was going on there. He's pretty cool. INTP. I don't really doubt that. Um, Indeed Taylor too. Yep. ESTP. Don't doubt that. From what I know, I mean, he doesn't even really know me. I don't think, but I know him. I'm just kidding, but he's pretty clearly ESTP. And I don't know Ali. Oh, but also Peter says she's too fixated with doing things right and is blind to being more flexible, and it's annoying Eric's any nature of everything's flexible. So, do you guys think she's INTJ? Is this an example here of polar FE or not? Because essentially the question, this all comes from because Boba Fett said, "I've never seen polar FE in real life," or I've never seen an example of it, something like that. And then you linked this video. Eric saying she's ISTP, which isn't exactly like outrageous, because that would be FE fourth, right? But you know, INTJ would be polar FE, so it's like that's the $1,000,000 question here. It's like, is this polar FE? Let's play. Is this polar FE or just social retardation? I'm just kidding, but it's so true, isn't it? Like, I feel like polar FE manifests like that. Just made me think. It's like socially retarded, not necessarily, but there is a tendency, I think, maybe to be more blunt or like detached in delivering mm, information that may not be sort of FE. It doesn't really take FE into account like at all. Not really though. But see, I don't know. See, the thing is that's interesting, right? Is that INTJs are very considerate. Like it seems in their thoughts and speech. So, or at least their speech. I mean, I don't know how it, you know, but they at least try to be articulate. I think, and they sort of wind up actually, I think, probably making up for maybe their kind of bad FE with a sort of articulate, formal nature. And I guess what I'm saying is it's not as blunt as like an ENTJ or an ESTJ would be or could be. I mean, even that you could say is just an introvert thing, but I think it is also the more considerate nature, which is interesting, right? Because it's not necessarily socially considerate, but it's like it's enough to almost be like it's like that intuition, I guess, to be considerate in that way. I feel like a very INTJ thing is to say something like, I'm just saying the facts, you know? But it will be something kind of like neglecting the social atmosphere, though, or something. Or like, or, I mean, at the very, very least, completely neglecting sugarcoating facts. You know what I mean? So if you want to look at it like that, I don't know. That seems to be a little bit like what polar FE is, but I don't know. You guys let me know because you see that in ISTJs too, but in a different kind of way. Like they're just kind of like they do it in their SI way. They'll be like, "Well, this is what's always worked for me, and this is what tends to see. This is what tends to work for most people." So it's like, get on board, man. This is it's like these are just the facts. No sugarcoating, no bullshit. It's like the IXTJ motto. It's the XXTJ motto, in fact. But I guess the introverts are gonna have the more natural. They're not gonna be as abrasive, so they're gonna be more considerate. You get the IXTJs are more considerate than the EXTJs. It's only a natural consequence of being an introvert at the very least. But the thing that is interesting, right, is that I guess it can make up in a way for the polar FE. Now, but the interesting question is, well, how does that work with the ISTJ? Like, I guess they make up for it with their reliability. So the INTJ makes up for their polar FE with their insight, and the ISTJ makes up for their polar FE with their reliability. That might be a good way of putting it. I mean, come to think of it, a lot of what Winston's mom does that could be perceived as FE is actually almost just providing like NI insights. Um, sometimes more NE kind of, but when she gives her own takes, like it seems to be very NI types type talk type speech. So like um well, I guess I don't know what her voice sounds like, but at least what she types, her writing, her words, her writings, they come off pretty NI. So so it would seem like maybe that's how she makes up for her polar FE, it's just with her NI insight. Read under the wait, hold on. Gen Xennial Super ISTP. I need to check that out more, but like I believe him. You know what I mean? Like I'm usually inclined to believe people's self typings unless they just somehow manifest radically differently uh than described, you know what I mean? So it's like from from the little I know about Gen Xennial, he is an ISTP. It's like why would I'm not gonna I don't doubt that. But who knows? Maybe I'll watch something and be like, he's an ENTJ, Raytheon guy, warm INTJ, etc. The vulnerable. It's not how they read the polar TE definition too. I don't think that's you. Yeah, who does WM? Yeah. I was just musing on the ISTJ, INTJ, polar FE thing, and how, maybe INTJs make up for their polar FE with their insight, and that ISTJs make up for their polar FE with their reliability. And it made me think of Winston's mom, and how it's like it does appear that she has good FE, but it's like that could also be helped with the amount of like NI insight that she provides. So I don't know, it's just some ideas. But you don't think I'm polar TE? What's the pol? Let me read this. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know about polar TE either. But okay, let's read the polar TE definition here. Uh, it's just the. Oh, just kidding. Okay, here it is. Vulnerable function. Type of TE polar. Okay, a type of TE polar tends to reject facts given from a source which they are personally unfamiliar with, firmly believing they can make their own decisions that are solely based on their own perspective and reasoning about it. They will tend to become defensive when questioned about their rationale or efficiency, pointing out that there is no such thing as objective quote unquote fact. As also these types experience a significant level of stress in tending to day-to-day must-dos and responsibilities in life, like routine maintenance or working productively, manifesting itself as a general laziness or hyper diligence. Hmm. Parts of that sound like me. The ending kind of did, but kind of does, but not so much the beginning there. The ending could be though. Affect is not what one should focus on. Kind of type is the circuit board. Attitude in the psyche, enneagram. Strong things. Very interesting. I'm starting to get pretty tired. Oh, the Gen X Xennial is here. My ears were ringing. Good morning, gentlemen. I can recommend a vid or two of mine if curious. Sure, why not? I don't know. Maybe I should wait to give it my full attention. I'm not like very fresh right now. 5 hours in. I also was streaming for like a long time earlier and getting pretty tired here. It's like the end of this stream, but I feel like I just wouldn't want to half-ass it. But I am down to stick around for a little while longer. You know, like if we're gonna really talk type, I want to be fresh. You know, right now it's just a lot of musings. You know what I mean? The Gen X NL says no worries on timing. I'll make you a playlist. That would be good. Are you curious what about the type, about your type and stuff like that. Because I'd definitely be glad to just just check it out. I'm not a pro or anything. I'm not an expert, but you know, take a whack at it. You know what I mean? But anyway, did you read to Boba the Fe polar description? Fe strong, CJ. Me, I think. You think me? I mean, it's not. It's my Fe is decent. I think. I think I'm pretty good with Fe. Um, I read the Fe polar. This. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't read that one. I only read the Te polar thing. So okay, a type with Fe polar does not see the point of activities revolving around excessive displays of emotion or behavior that does not reach a concrete or tangible outcome. They would rather keep conversations serious and to the point, for he/she is overwhelmed by such emotional expression, making it quite difficult to express themselves. In social interactions, they'll make a serious effort to reduce their level of emotive expressiveness, such as being too joyful or sad, believing that these signs will make them vulnerable to be influenced by others. They don't hold quite a high standard for how people as a group feel about something, in parentheses, even if outnumbered by many when making a personal decision. And instead value situations where they can speak their own subjective opinions and feelings freely. Sounds familiar. You might have sent me that before, Peter. But if you didn't know that, Boba, there you have it. So that makes it pretty um clear, but it does seem like it's like didn't you say like it's not, you guys were just talking about like it's not about affect and stuff. I feel like that's a lot of affect type stuff. But it's more than that, obviously. It's just it seems very focused on keeping an even keel. You know what I mean? Which seems like a lot of affect work, but it's not uh I guess I can understand though that it's not traditional affect work, but I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Because that's pretty FE, right? To tend to affect. So I could see that not being the case. Like also, I could also see it being the case that it's a lot about emotional control, at the very least. Which is I mean, yeah, it's a little different than what you would generally, you know this description at the very least is very honed in on the idea that Fe polar types, mm, you know, avoid excessive displays of emotion. Basically, it's the very first sentence here. A type with Fe polar does not see the point of activities revolving around excessive displays of emotion or behavior that does not reach a concrete or tangible outcome. Oh, okay, Gen X anyone says, no, I'm locked in. Also, dot dot dot, personality type isn't real. Clown emoji. Oh, if you just want to recommend videos to watch, I'll definitely watch them. Just for fun. I'm not sure what I wasn't sure if you meant like for type curiosity or just watching in general. But I'm totally down. You should definitely make me or us, me and or us, a playlist or more or multiple playlists. You know what I mean? But anyway, these links here, we get some links in the chat. Where is it at? It's not something you really you. It's not really something you can see with an individual. Well, that's that's a little bit of a different conception there. Michael Pierce is the master. I get everything here. Um, so
One
good.
individual or small group feel better. They are thus in a perfect position to continually step on the ENFP's toes. But from the ISTP's perspective, people ought not to take things so personally, but should step back from themselves and analyze things rationally. All of that said, what's important to note is that the ISTP is not ill-intended. They're just frank and forward and wish to talk about things from a more detached perspective that isn't bogged down in fears and anxieties of being hurt or hurting.
That's so weird because it's like, oh my god. And then the ENFP said, yeah, it's like, okay, well, whatever, Michael Pierce. But still, he says, well, I don't care about your facts. Have some decency. Meanwhile, the ISTP is like just stating facts. But that sounds like what I was just saying about the INTJ. And it's like, Eric thought that this girl here, Grace, on a typing video, I guess, she self-typed as an INTJ, and he was saying that she's ISTP. So that's funny, right? Like, I guess maybe it's a common mistake to make, especially if you go by this socionics description here, right? Like, it's more about emotional constraint with the INTJ, you know? But like with an ISTP, it's, something else. I don't know. It's seeking, it's forth seeking, so what is I mean, they're pretty different. Well, yeah, they're pretty different types, but this is pretty interesting. Like just like let's trying to really get it right here. That's what socionics really helps with. It's like just really like nailing the specifics of typology. But where is the what? Let me just try to find what hmm. Basically, what does it's not vulnerable though? What? Hmm. Polar? Isn't vulnerable? So wait, vulnerable is polar? Hmm. Like what? I don't know. I'm confused now, actually, to just be totally honest. Because I thought that the fourth function here would be just what it says. It's the fourth function, but apparently it's the polar function. The vulnerable function is also called the basically it's the polar function. And that's the fourth function. See, the fourth function is polar. This is news to me. I thought it was the seventh function. When is this? When has this ever been the case? Is this just a different model, or have I really not been? Have I really not realized this yet? I feel like I've heard people say that the polar function is your seventh function, like many times. Okay, Peter Dendigi says that's model A socionics ego block setup. It is seventh in cognitive type terms. Okay, thank you. Well then let's. This just kind of fucks up the whole narrative then here, like, because okay, so basically according to model A, then what is an ISTP? Let's find out. Oh, fucking God. They do this shit so complicated. Give me the fucking ISTP. Can someone just link me the ISTP model A so that we can see what the FE does with them instead? Just to follow this, just to finish this train of thought up, basically. Finish this conversation up. Cause don't they do that shit too, where they switch up the P and the J? Ay ay ay, mamma mia! Okay, I think I got a hold of it here. Okay, hold on. The SLI, right? ISTP, or is it the ISTJ? It's just the INFJ and INFP that are switched, right? Oh shit. What up, Master Man? I agree. Personality type isn't real. I mean, you came here just in time, Master Man, because I was just thinking, like, as always, when these things break down, I'm inclined to think two things. Okay, I'm just dense and like I don't get it. And or this is all bullshit. You know what I mean? Just totally overly complicated bullshit. So anyway, SLI in socionics. Okay, thank you guys. Uh Nope, still confused. FE, fourth vulnerable function. Why? So it's actually the ISTP that has FE polar then in Model A. So what I described before as the INTJ is actually the ISTP. Am I wrong? I don't know. I could be wrong. It's just I just got done explaining type with FE polar does not see the point of activities revolving around excessive displays of emotion or behavior that does not reach a concrete or tangible outcome. Blah 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 blah. But if that's the fourth function, then okay. What I haven't addressed then is the INTJ. We're getting there, people. I'm working through it. So anyway, what I just described, that's actually the ISTP. The INTJ in Model A is drum roll, please. Is it ILI? Did they switch the P and the J? INTJ in Model A is INTP. Okay. So yes. But it says FE fourth. Vulnerable function. Again. What is happening? Let me just make sure I'm going to open two separate things here. Intuitive, logical, introtim. That's the INTP. the INTJ in cognitive type, but in Model A, it's the INTP. The ILI, FE fourth vulnerable function. Now, if we want to look at the ISTP in socionics, which I assume is actually the ISTJ, unless, of course, there is some other totally arbitrary switch that I'm not aware of, then it's NE fourth vulnerable function, which makes sense, right? Because that would be the polar. Okay, all right, we're on. Okay, there we go. So what is NE fourth? Finally, you guys. Sorry that took so long. So what does NE polar look like in ISTP? Well, a type with NE polar has a difficult time. This just took me. This is hilarious because it just took me back to the. I could have that. It's the same article here. So I could have just. It's the very next thing here. Ridiculous. Brought me back to to just the very next thing after FE polar on this Wikisocion vulnerable functions list. A type with any polar has a difficult time understanding ideas that seem new or novel, especially when it has no tangible effect on their lives. Leaving little to chance, they are able to plan out their lives for years ahead of time. This results in difficulties handling unexpected problems in their lives that put a halt on their usual pursuits, and they tend to fear all the possible what ifs when those problems prevent them from seeing a clear future. When unsure about something, these types can either avoid making any changes at all or making too quick and reckless of a decision, either of which resulting in missed opportunities. So essentially, these are quite different types. Then it checks out, but the fourth function thing, though, am I still missing something? Hmm. Because it's like this isn't telling me anything I didn't already know, unless you know I'm fucking up the functions here. The placement, I mean, the function placements here, because I think you're right. I'm crossing systems here. The Gen X Annual says, try to avoid looking at multiple systems. Pick one until you master it, then start the cross-referencing games. I don't know if you're talking to me, but honestly, I'm just having a hard time navigating this to just find what I wanted, which at this point, I don't even know what I'm trying to find. This kind of started off talking about, well, how does polar FE manifest in INTJs, right? Boba Fett said he's never seen an example of it. Well, Peter links to FE polar, about and it's essentially about excessive displays of emotion, not doing excessive displays of emotion. But someone here was this girl Grace was thought she self-typed as an INTJ, and Eric typed her as an ISTP. So I guess the point is what I did already said. FE polar and NE polar are very different things. But the model thing was just really giving me some confusion there, because it said the fourth function is the polar. So that part is, I don't really get what that means, but these descriptions are consistent with what I thought, you know. So So, indeed, it would appear that in Model A, Fe polar and Ne polar are very different things. But I'm sure I didn't need to tell you guys that. Oh, okay. The Gen X NL says, I was CJ. Pick one, master it, then move on. Yeah, I feel that. Apparently, again, that fourth function thing was really throwing me off. I think mostly, but I think I have a pretty good sense of the which would it be? Hold on. I mean, I guess it is Model A. Oh, it's just like much ado about nothing. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just I have moods that just felt like a whole lot of effort for no real result. Just to ultimately land at how Fe polar and Ne polar are very different. So it's like, what does that tell us? Well, if this chick in this video isn't it kind of depends on the chick in this video. Grace. She thinks she's INTJ, Eric thinks she's ISTP. According to Model A, their polar functions would manifest as very different types of people. INTJ is not into excessive displays of emotion. ISTPs are not into excessive ideation, you could say. But see, what's interesting is that, let me just check on this again. The polar FE thing seems to frame it almost as like a choice, you know? Like this description makes it almost sound like they don't want to show excessive emotion, you know? It's not like they're not good at it, but it's like a choice somehow, which might be a little bit gracious. Do you know what I mean? Like to them, maybe giving a little bit of credit, too much credit there. I mean, because am I wrong to think that most of the time polar FE manifests as kind of awkward and like, again, just like, pardon the phrase, but socially retarded? I mean, because again, they will be blunt and factual. Um, it just seems to be the case that they do so at the expense of FE. It's not like you can have your cake and eat it too. But for example, Winston's mom seems to, if she is indeed an INTJ, which I don't disbelieve. But she is so good. That's part of it too. It's all coming together now, you guys. Bear with me here. So basically, you got, hold on, is this still like, did this really just, oh, okay, it's just really dark apparently. Essentially, Winston's mom seems to be really good at FE. But what I was saying before I'll say it again. It was basically thinking that INTJs make up for their polar FE with their insight, and ISTJs make up for their polar FE with their reliability, which seems pretty consistent. No pun intended, with because they're both pretty consistent types. But my mom's on the phone upstairs being pretty loud, so don't mind her. No offense to her, but it's like, yeah, it's like, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's not really a big deal. It's just like kind of annoying. But It is what it is, man. You gotta take the good with the bad. It's not even bad. It's just sort of like it's like I'm streaming in my parents' basement. Like, what do you expect? But anyway, uh, you guys are just you're going ham about functions. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. Um, you guys are basically just oh shit. Well, Peter said something directly to me, so okay. One main point of looking at that was to get an idea. Okay, well, thank you. Getting a little refresher here, bringing it back to a main thesis here. Kind of let's tone in on the NI here. One main point of looking at that was to get an idea of FE polar and to have you read TE polar and how I think you're not TE polar. So that was one thing, yeah. But then we started, talking about all this other stuff here. I think fourth fourth and seventh. Well, here's this is more of the speaking of NI insight. This is kind of more of the stuff that I'm looking for here. The Gen X Ennial says, "As MBTI FE4, I was always criticized for being a robot. Therefore, I aspire to emote better when people are misunderstanding my motivations." Right. So see, okay, that gets at a little bit more of what's interesting to me at least would be how that's helping me to circle to get to the main thesis here, which is like how ISTP and INTJFE differ, right? Okay. So let's keep that in mind. Um let's check out let's check out um the ISTP. See, this is where it's going to fuck me up again because it's going to say fourth. It's going to say fourth FE. No, sorry, fourth NE. And it's like, no. FE. If it's FE fifth, is this true? Is this true? Hold on. Ugh. Boy. Yeah, boy. Connected to Bluetooth. Um, it's just too much. Me and Bobby Brown are based. We don't need typology. Or I'm sorry, what's your name now, Master Bobby? It's like we're part of we're omni-type, all types. Hashtag all types matter. That's kind of our prevailing philosophy. Um, so an ISTP feels like what? Wait. Could we be? looks like the best I can get here is not necessarily a direct definition how how um FE fifth in the fucking Model A, whatever, how it manifests. So essentially, it looks like the ISTP is will find it difficult to be overwhelmed by FE. All right, Peter Dentici says fourth in Model A is MBTI seventh. Bruh. But does that sound right so far? The ISTP suggestive function is any or no, sorry, the FE. So the subject finds it difficult to be overwhelmed by FE since it perfectly complements and drives the activity of the leading function, which is TI. So we find it difficult to be overwhelmed by greater compliments and drives the activity. Okay, interesting. The more it is present in his daily life, the more he will naturally adapt to its presence. See dualization. They're easily entertained by this kind of information. Its sustained presence creates a soothing psychological effect. Is it soothing for you, the Gen X Centennial? Does this sound right so far? Um, if someone experiences a deficiency of it in his environment, he may attempt to supply it himself, but becomes soon exhausted. That sounds about right, right? For maybe what an ISTP would have in MBTI fourth, but in Model A fifth, FE. Unlike the mobilizing function, concentrated and prolonged doses from other people are received positively, depending somewhat on the individual's degree of dualization. People focus deeply on the use of this function in day-to-day life, always attempting to digest information received from the environment through this aspect of reality. This is because it complements the leading function. Oh yeah, by the way, it's also called the suggestive function is also called the dual seeking function or the fifth function. But anyway, um, right. So people focus deeply on the use of this function in day-to-day life, always attempting to digest information received from the environment through this aspect of reality. This is because it complements the leading function, making an individual not only more understanding but more satisfied about their pursuits and the ego. So so yeah, there you go. It's the dualization of it. It's TI and FE working concurrently. The Gen X Xennial says, basically, I aspire to not offend, but I do it not on purpose a lot. Phew. Wow. All right. So that took me a while, but I got it. Amazing. So essentially, ISTP, in conclusion, to finally bring a conclusion to this, INTJFE is more like being overwhelmed by emotions. Or I'm sorry, kind of, right? But like being overwhelmed by emotional displays. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean to say. INTJ INTJ's polar FE manifests as being overwhelmed by emotional displays, but ISTP FE manifests as, bear with me here, more like they are not overwhelmed by FE and actually entertained by it. it complements what they do best, which is TI, and essentially it seems to improve them the more they utilize it. So that makes sense. So we can safely say that the ISTP will be a lot more accommodating than the INTJ, correct? Which, again, doesn't exactly tell me anything new, but it does help me to understand why this is, right? Almost in some kind of like TI sense. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing work here, you know? Maybe I am an ENFP after all. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. But it does seem to me that it's literally like INTJ is actually overwhelmed by FE, but ISTP is specifically not overwhelmed by it, by FE. They just don't use it very much and could do well to use it more. The Gen X Centennial says, correct. Yeah, exactly. Hurrah! We've made it. We've made it, you guys. We did it together. Together forever. You and me, whatever. All right. Well, that's enough of all that nonsense. No, I'm just kidding. But hey, at least we got to the bottom of it, right? Nice. I feel like I've done some, again, like I've done some kind of work here. But it does help to get to the bottom of like, so for Eric to type this, let's start. Let's focus here. Like, it's like for this Grace chick to type herself as INTJ, and then for Eric to think that she's ISTP. At the very least, with regards to FE, we're talking about. Indeed, again, it's exactly similar to like again, it's like I've already kind of said this, but again, now understanding it better, it's like these are two very different expressions here. So this brings me back to the affect thing, and you guys can help me. You guys can field this one. I'm done. I'm done. But back to the affect thing. Like I don't know if I already said that, but essentially, where does that land then with the FE? Where like with an INTJ versus an ISTP? Like, do you think it would seem to me that it would be the INTJ that appears with the more flat affect, right? And I mean, that is definitely what's going on here with this Grace chick. It's amazing. Hold on. Oh yeah, so I need to watch this video Peter sent me, and then he also says I wouldn't be able to. Oh, you guys were talking about the call, the drama. Well, it's actually kind of funny that you would bring it up. I mean, it's like, you know, I have said, oh, I don't want to focus on this too much, no drama, etc. But it does occur to me that like in this instance, for example, right, like Peter, I mean, I know you're not feeling very hot on type lately, Master Bobby. That sounds weird calling you Master Bobby, but anyway, you know, I know you're not too hot on type lately, Master Bobby, but uh, ooh, 1111, make a wish, amazing. But uh, Peter doesn't. Peter is giving facts only in his framework. From a typological point of view, it's like the fe isn't there, and like that is that much is understood. Like so, like you remember when I said, in my opinion, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, and it's like I'm not trying to critique Peter here. It's just like, but like, and I don't think that I have like the best fe in the world, but like, remember when I was all like, well, how about some good qualities of the six, Like that to me is like me coming in and try and like being like, hey, Peter, like, let's, it's like sprinkle at least it's like let's try to, I'm not even it's not it's also TI actually kind of. It's like a FETI axis thing. It's like let's sprinkle some FE on it to like give some TI truth. You know what I mean? Like there's not gonna be. It's like you're not gonna persuade, you know, Master Bobby here, that he's a six by like just telling him the negative traits. Like, it's like you got to give like the full picture. Um, it's like, but you were focusing on negative things. I mean, you and Jonathan Basanti were very clear in that. It's like we're talking about counterphobic, unhealthy six behaviors that are whatever, all these things about fear and anxiety and such, which it's like they re it we've gone over this I think enough, but it comes off as like here's just here's just a list of things that are wrong with you. And it's like, it's not it's frankly just not it's funny because I just read Master Bobby saying frankly at the same time here, but it's like it's frankly just not good FE. It's just that Peter, it would be interesting. It's like because if Jonathan is also INTJ, we've got two INTJs, right? So it's just that Peter was much more neutral in this situation than Jonathan Basanti, right? I mean, and I'm not saying anything controversial here. It's just, in my opinion, right? This is me. This is me giving some whatever it may be, some TE facts or something. But however you want to put it, the point remains. It's like FE, for lack of a better word, like I was saying, is kind of like sugarcoating in a lot of ways. So, you know, the FE way to go about it would be like, hey, Master Bobby, like, oh man, check out this six, man. They're, super reliable, reliable and like, seeking to be independent and safe and secure. And it does happen that they do get paranoid and anxious, but essentially their problem is fear of fear itself. And it's like, it's like, and hey, you'd be a counterphobic six, so it's more like you run towards the fear and like and embrace it, which is, many might say, that's the proper way of approaching it. And essentially it's like there are different levels to it. And it does seem that you match this certain level here, which is it does say unhealthy, that's like this, that'd be like the super FE version of it or something. But instead, Peter just goes like, well, what it says here again, it's like, and I almost feel like when I just explained all that, right? I wonder if Peter would think, well, that's a whole lot of words to essentially say the same thing, right? So there's truth in that. There's not. I understand. It's like FE can sometimes come off a bit pointless, but again, sugarcoating, a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. You know, the medicine in this instance being the negative traits of the six. Understanding, having, trying to, matching Master Bobby up here with negative traits of the six. Um, because that was indeed the focus. But it's like, I think the more FE type approach would be to give a more fully rounded picture of the six, so as to, the sugar in this case being the good, and to a lesser extent the neutral, right? Rather, or the positive and to a lesser extent the neutral, as opposed to solely the negative. So I think I just explained it pretty well. Fuck yes. But again, it's like Peter sees no need for these. Now, I wouldn't say that what I just described is necessarily any kind of excessive emotional display, but it does, like, come with a whole lot of verbal kind of, I don't want to say acrobatics, but just kind of like, it could come off as a whole lot of hoops to jump through to essentially give the same result. However, it is a more fully rounded result. I mean, one might say that's not necessarily FE to give like a fully rounded result. In fact, that might even be more like TE. But in this instance, it's undeniable that that the traits here that were being focused on were the negative traits. And as Jonathan Basanti said, essentially, how do you nicely tell and what Peter Dendici agreed with as well was the sentiment was this very simple quote. It's like, how do you nicely tell someone what is wrong with them? And the answer is basically, unless you do a lot of FE jumping through hoops, you don't. So thank you guys. Bravo to myself. Give me a big hand. Applause. That's exactly what happened. That's how it goes down, and that's what it is. And I'm right. And but yeah, let me know what you guys think. Boom. We're just busting cases open left and right, or I guess closed. We're closing cases left and right. So it's the opposite, but you know what I mean. Good stuff, you guys. We're closing cases left and right. Gen X Xennial says, I have a line in a video. ISTP is more like a VCR manual than a communicator. Best way I can describe it. It's more informative. Hi, I'm an ISTP. Are you trying to learn how to operate your VCR? I'm here to help you. I'm sort of detachedly engaged in this FE right now, but I'm doing it. And again, yeah, it's instructional. Almost like instructional FE. I bet that comes in handy. No pun intended, right? The ISTP is the handyman after all, right? I bet that comes in handy when you're trying to tell some bozo how to do it, right? You get that FE, give him the old FE, give him the old FE treatment. You know what I mean? But yeah, the INTJ I mean, they're just not going to do it at all. But anyway, let's. Peter's Peter Dendergy says to just tell a six something and expect it to stick / be trusted as such is to shit in one's hand and wish for shit in the other. Mm, I mean, yeah, there is truth in that. It's shit fi that isn't good fe. Interpersonal things are fi. Hmm. I mean that is a common conception. You said that earlier, and it is a common conception, but eh, it's the interpersonal stuff. The key word there is inter. I mean, the root word or whatever there. It's interrelated with people. Interpersonal. It's not personal. It's interpersonal. I would say fi is personal and fe is interpersonal. I mean, in my opinion, just from what I've gathered so far. Master Boy says Basanti's INTJ, doubtful A. I really don't know. Boba Fett says still metal. Thanks for asking. Peter, that was something else, but nice metal vibes. Peter Denji, Fe is akin to being disingenuous. That sounds like a very polar Fe way of thinking about Fe. But funny enough, I know exactly what you mean. I do think that Fe can be very fake and at worst manipulative. Master Rose says I could see some similarities with Dentici and WM, but not Basanti. Fair enough. Jonathan's interesting. I think he's pretty expressive, you know. Which I would have to think more about that. Why how that is. What um right? That would kind of I'm like exactly, right? Like I'm not exactly sure if he's polar FV because that's like exactly what they don't do, right? It's like Peter was much more classic INTJ in this sense. That's again, right? Like totally. That's the whole thing here. But Peter's coming through with some hot takes though. He's like also knowing what's positive doesn't lead to growth. It's just giving the big picture there, You as an NI user should know this. As an NI Dom should know this. No, I'm just kidding, but I do again, it's like I do see, I do um get where you're coming from here. Where's Evie akin to, but yeah, exactly. Master Poppy said Evie is akin to being disingenuous is about the most polar Effie thing you could ever hear. I mean, if you were gonna say, the most, yes, it's like I agree to an extent, but I wouldn't go as far as to just blanketly say Effie is akin to being disingenuous. That sounds like very polar Effie. Like that's a pretty extreme statement. It's like, Effie is fucking useless. It's like it's not useless. It's definitely not useless. Like you're not even saying that it's useless. You're saying that it's like worse than that. It's like it's just inherently negative. I feel like that's how most people feel about their polar function. But anyway, I mean, to an extent, like if you were gonna say them, what's the function you most hate? It's like it's probably your polar function, right? Like, but anyway, with maximum tier polar Fe. Peter Dendigy says to sugarcoat things is to lie about the actuality of the situation. Says Mr. Polar Fe over here. We go Polar Fe over here. I bet there's a way that you could put that in that it's the TIFE axis, right? Wait, I might have said that wrong. The if I whatever, bear with me. The TIFE axis, right? It's like on one hand you have the TI systemic logic. On the other hand, you have the FE social accommodation. So again, it's like it's not. It's just the natural yin and yang of the thing, right? Like the actuality of the situation is TI, but the sugarcoating with FE is honestly how I've thought of it since I really first learned about this stuff was that it seemed to me that the point of FE is literally just to make TI more palatable. So it's actually exactly just putting putting a pill in a spoonful of sugar, you know, and just saying, "Here comes the choo-choo train, choo-choo," and you give it to them, and it's like, and I was like, "Oh, you just took some TI medicine, brother." But you didn't even know it because I FE manipulated you. That's kind of true. There's truth in both sides here. It's amazing, amazing. I mean, I get the whole thing of FE being disingenuous but it's only to a degree, which and it's like again, it kind of goes to show. It's like, well, I'm not polar FE, so I wouldn't make such an extreme claim like that. But to just utterly declare it useless. But I can definitely see where FE can be manipulative. Absolutely. Anyway, Master Bobby says, wouldn't giving an objective description be more TI universal rather than FE sugar coding? Yeah, but like I said, it's like two sides of the same coin. Peter Dentici says to be socially PC is FE, to be interpersonally appropriate is FI. I mean, I would agree with that more than just FE is totally fake. You know what I mean? Some say that's PC. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if anything's camaraderie, I mean, well, it's FI and FE. Let's put it that way. Boba Fett says, "I despise PC-ness." Gender. Yeah, I mean, actually, Master Poppy actually brings up a good example. So, like, it is like that. Like, PC is calling it trans by their new gender. I was talking about this earlier, and it's not it's this is all it's all consistent. Like, you know, it's like, yes, it is. I guess you could say it's an FI value of mine to be, well, like Peter said, I guess you could say it's, I don't know, like interpersonally appropriate or something. So I'm not trying to, so it's not trying to uh infringe upon anybody's rights or whatever. And it's like, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, it's like, listen, it's your right if you want to gender yourself that, but it's also, but it's not necessarily a right, you know for me to have to gender you properly. But it definitely seems pretty clear to me that the FE decision there is to just, you know, go along to get along, and call them by their what they gender themselves as, because it's like, it's it's for all intents and purposes the quote unquote polite thing to do. And the FI thing to do in that situation is to say, no, I'm not going to call you by your gender, by what you gender yourself as. I'm going to call you by your biological sex, because, or whatever, like, because that's just what it is, TEFI kind of like versus uh TIFE. You know what I mean? To some extent, at least. When you get the point. Anyway, I think it's just a good example of FE versus FI at the very least. Um right. It's not inherently fakery. But true enough, it's not. I don't know. True. Maybe it's not authentic, but it is at least genuine. It's like the idea of the thought that counts, right? Or it's like well, at least they're trying to have a good attitude or whatever, right? And it's genuine. It's just, maybe it's not authentic though. They might be depressed as fuck. But no one wants to hear that shit. You know what I mean? My mom, right? Perfect example of FE. She's an FE dom, right? ESFJ. One of the funniest things she's ever told me, like, I still to this day, there's truth in it, by the way, mind you, is that she always said this, and you would think it's pretty funny. You'd think it's like a stand-up routine or something. She's like, when people ask you how are you, they want to hear one thing and one thing only: good. You know what I mean? And that is like the perfect way of like kind of like encapsulating what FE is. It's like, it doesn't necessarily matter that you're FI, you know, quote unquote not feeling good, or quote unquote not feeling up to it, or whatever. It's like, it's honestly, it is more of a social game. That much is true. There is a sort of inauthenticity about it. It's genuine though, in that you're basic, for lack of a better expression, you put on you quote unquote put on a happy face, right? That's FE. But it does mask the deeper truth of the FI situation, right? The happy clown, dying on the inside. you know FE presentational as he might be, there's a whole bunch of FI moods going on inside this sad clown. And so you have a dilemma. No, I'm just kidding. But so you have this kind of like, I mean, that's not so much genuine, but it's definitely an FE presentational kind of thing. Master Bobby says, Effie isn't being disingenuous, Peter. You need to realize this, man. Like I said, I used to think that way when I was a teen. Emphasis on being a teen. Nice, thanks to Gen X Annual. Peter Dentachi says, to not tell the absolute truth is to not be genuine. So that's like where it gets interesting though, right? Because it's like, well, isn't FE in essence a subjective truth or quote unquote your truth? So you might say it's not absolute truth at all, but it is. But it's like I get what you're saying. That's more. I'm just splitting hairs at this point, and I need to catch up with the chat. But right, it's like the absolute truth of the situation. To follow up with my example is kind of like I feel like fucking shit today, and then the other person being like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry," and then what's funny is that they have to fe around that. But they don't have to do. They also don't have to. They can fi themselves. Be like, you. Oh, I've been feeling like shit too, man. Like fuck. I mean, it's in my opinion. Now it doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It can be actually. It can be good. It should be good. Bonding over good. Bonding over the good in with the capital T and G. But um, it's not. It's not. It has to be real. So it's just FI connect. That's why FI connections are very obviously much deeper than FE connections. So that much is very true. Right. You might say having a personal bond with someone is FI. It's not FE. Again, back to this thing where it would seem to me that FI is FI is personal bond and FE is interpersonal bond. So I'm just gonna scroll through the chat here. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Whoa, oh whoa, yeah, oh. Boba Fett raises a good point here. Fe helps one suss the vibe out in real life situations sometimes. ... It helps. Indeed. The Gen X also says hate 6 slot the most, SI, but that's just anecdotal. Oh, okay. 6 slot just in general. Yeah, okay. Interesting, because that's demonstrative, right? Demonstrative is kind of like. I mean, it's like you're good at it, though, right? I mean, why would you? Why would you? It's not like you're terrible at 6 slot, right? But yeah, Boba Fett says it'll save you trouble. Trust me. It's like exactly. That's kind of the whole thing with FE. It's like it's helpful. Every function has its use. Every function has its use. Um, good stuff. What's up? What's up, Karma's pimp? Thank you for being here. Karma's pimp says FI can be very disingenuous too. I think something that can happen with it can be subject to change, right? It's pretty. I mean, makes sense. It's subjective after all, so it's subject to change in a lot of ways. I mean, I yeah, but no, I don't know. It might not be. How do you mean? Explain further. How do you think FI can be disingenuous? I mean, basically, I could see. Okay, you learn more, you gathered more data, or whatever. You might even say it's TE on that axis, right? It's like you gathered more TE data, and it's like, okay, I've updated my FI values, guys. New update, and now I feel this way. You know that meme that's like friendship ended with Sumar or whatever. New friend. My FI new friend. That's FI. It actually is too, because it's like personal bond. Friendship ended with Mudasir. Now Salman is my best friend. Very FI. Hey, you guys, Master Bobby, you guys were already talking about it, so you know. I just thought to sum it up that the lack of sugarcoating on Peter Dentichi's part could be easily explained by polar FE. That doesn't mean that it's, it's like it doesn't make it any less true, and it certainly doesn't make it any less authentic. It actually makes it in some ways more true and more authentic, you know? But it's like it was incredibly FE neutral. I wouldn't say it was positive. I wouldn't say, other than the Enneagram 6 description itself, which is a different, the unhealthy Enneagram 6 description is a different entity itself. But Peter Dentichi's delivery of it was very neutral, So it's like in the interest of, it's like just being blunt and frankly factual, right? It's like you might say he was being more true and authentic in not sugarcoating it, not doing the FE dance, you know? But it's like, again, right? A polar FE user is doesn't even, it's like fuck that whole dance. You know what I mean? So if I use your dang FI when that happens. This is an IDJ. So bring this up and trying to saying the words about what I wanted. Come to an understanding of individuals beyond just text on the screen. Yeah, and that's true, Peter. It was it seemed like we did that. Hopefully, I'm still catching up on the chat here. God forbid. God forbid things get worse here. Hoping it gets better here. Hashtag it gets better. I'm just kidding, but literally. Um, for real, I'm like, does this chat get better here? Um. Okay. Yeah. Running Fox walks in. ... walks out. Peter Energy says authentic is in the definition of genuine. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it while I was saying it. I'm like, these words are pretty interchangeable. I think I was thinking more in terms of like, again, like I said, how it's like the thought that counts, so to speak, quote unquote, the thought that counts, so to speak. It's like, well, in trying to fe put on a smile or whatever, you could say there's an fi motivation there to I don't know, to promote positivity. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, they do say, right? This is probably this, and this advice right here is probably, how do you pronounce it? Anathema, you know, to an INTJ. But it's that idea of it's like, if you fake a smile, you'll start to feel happier. It's like, I'm not sure if that's actually true, but that seems like a very funny kind of FE/FI meeting in the middle. It's like, if you FE enough, if you FE that you're happy enough, you'll actually start to feel FI happy. Sorry, right? Did I say that right? If I did, my bad. Bear with me. But essentially, if you FE happy enough, you'll FI happy. If you FE happy enough, you'll feel FI happy. Which is not necessarily true at all, but it can help. Back to the whole thing of FE being helpful in that sense. It is actually, in a sense, probably the most helpful function, the most associated with quote unquote being helpful. Because I mean, FE definitionally is essentially acquiescing to others' needs. You might say that's the primary utility of FE. I feel like a very FE type of thing to say would be what a lot of, stand-up comedians say when they first go out on, or a hosts or stand-up comedians say when they go out on stage. Quote unquote, "How's everybody doing tonight?" That's I mean, it's again, it's funny enough, it's probably fake, but it's it's a thing. It's like a custom, because right as I said that too, I'm reading Peter Dentici here saying it's fake. Or sorry, Dentici. Peter Dentici saying FE is. Wait, sorry, hold on. Okay, Peter says, yes, your example of what your mom would say is FE. I could settle with with that rather than saying FE is disingenuous than to state FE is fake. Craftsman says, none of that seems right to me. And he says, what doesn't? A lot of people do perceive FE as fake. FI users mostly see it as inauthentic. Yeah, makes sense. Craftsman says his distinction between FE/FI, Peter. Sixth slot is Peter says the sixth slot is the third strongest slot. He says hello. Ooh, posters. Ooh. It's not like Peter's method is this is what you are and what your problem is. I can offer you the tips to better yourself. It's it's like your behavior. Your I have read the description of Enneagram 6 unhealthy behavior, and in my opinion, you match the description. Take this as you will. Now, naturally, you took it as negative because these are negative traits. Peter did not see the utility in sugarcoating this with any fe quote unquote nonsense, you know, as he would perceive it to be. I imagine, and in a sense, he's not wrong. It just doesn't give a fully rounded picture. But to be fair, it wasn't the matter at hand. You know what I mean, it was not the matter that had arisen via Peter and Jonathan. I mean, you know, coming from, of course, this long-standing drama, which just seems to me to be an inability, or not necessarily. I don't mean it to in a necessarily negative way, but not an inability, but like an in or a refusal or a whatever. I just it's a refusal to make it more palatable than needs to be, other than a sort of quote unquote objective assessment. Which, to be fair, it's not like it's not like it comes from just it's not just it's it doesn't it's not Peter's like text that he's written, about the Enneagram, about the unhealthy six behaviors. Like, it's a tricky thing, and it's kind of pointless to just keep going back and forth about. You know, the point to me seems to be that Peter just failed to convey it in any kind of fe palatable way, and that's very typical of an INTJ with polar fe. So it's kind of just like take it or leave it, right? And that, I think, I don't know, Peter, would you agree to that? It's kind of just like take it or leave it, right? Running Fox says maybe he thinks he's helping you. At Master Bobby, he was being genuine. And it's very much that's. Oh yeah, well, if that's the question, right? I don't think Peter is being disingenuous at all. Quite the contrary, right? It's like talking about FE and everything, FI versus FE. It's like, no, he's being you might say he's being genuine to a fault. But see, not really, because I would say again, he was very neutral in the he was about as neutral as one could get in giving a negative assessment. Let's put it that way. Okay? You know what I mean? But indeed, Peter says I didn't phrase it in a manner like you just stated. And Running Fox coming through with the truth, saying INTJs say things that others can take wrong, and this happens, but the intent was wanting to help. So that also needs to be kept in mind. The goodwill intended on Peter's part here as well. It's like, and you might say it's even more genuine than you would get from from any FE quote unquote bullshit, because he's genuinely uh he's reaching out a hand to help in the most genuine way possible. You know what I mean? It's not coming from just like some it's genuine FI caring, not fake FE manipulation. You know what I mean? That's for sure. It's like that's on the complete other side. Of course, I don't think Master Bobby thinks it's a manipulative thing. It's just sort of like, but there seems to be this real focus here on like, the genuine nature of it, the authentic, the genuine. It's like, let me just scroll through here to get to the end here. The smiling bit is a thing that's true in a physiological sense, indeed. We had and should. Oh, right. Yeah, it's like, I mean, at this point, it's like, what even is the right? Okay, here we go. Hold on, 1 sec. Because it's like you would think, Running Fox says, "Well, I hope you two come to a conclusion and work it out." Peter says, "The smiling bit is a thing that's true in its physiological sense." Then Peter says, "At Running Fox, we had and should." Peter Dentry says, "We had and should." At Running Fox, we had and should. We had and should. And then Master Bobby coming through again. I mean, it's way too obvious. I know you didn't phrase it that way, but it generally fits. You display symptoms of a non-healthy type 6, etc. Thus, here are some considerations. Indeed. Congressman says, an exaggeration. A lot didn't seem right. Well, feel free to correct me. What exactly didn't seem right about what I described? Go get chaos in the public spaces. The thing through slurs. I don't think Basanti threw slurs at you. Master Bobby, that sounds a little extreme. You need to take note in FE and introvert thumbs come off as FI, especially some of the descriptions of the. I'm sorry, guys. I got to just catch up here. Just like, you know. A genuine attempt to help, Right. I mean, no need to put anyone on blast that doesn't want to be. I mean, of course, let's just let me know if you just say the word, See, here's the thing, and it's like I hate to be back at square one here, but it's like you know, Peter Dendici is coming through with the truth here and saying, I get you see it as an intervention. It's not far off in seeing it that way. Take that notion and have it sink in that it happened and why it happened. It wasn't a thing that came out of thin air. The opposite of caring is indifference. I was just the first person to bring it up. What else was FE carrying? FI carrying? I don't know. Master Bobby says, it has been synced in that it happened. Don't need you to remind me, and I have my own reasons as to why it happened, which of course won't quote unquote please you. Peter says, the rigor of verifying the degree of authenticity is just what sixes do. Yeah, true, but it's like it's not exactly an unreasonable thing to do either. I mean, as you would probably understand as an FI user, I'm sure. But I also see the dilemma here because Peter's trying to say like, well, if you want to read intent into it that's not there, that's not in some sense it's like it's not my problem, or it's not, that's a harsher way of putting it, but it's more like, you know, that's up to you kind of. It's like this is after all a lot of dancing around the what Peter says here, which is that it's not a thing that came out of thin air. I mean, I've been clear about this. We've talked about it, Master Bobby. It's like, you've been pretty fighty with a lot of people. And even if Peter is coming from an FI place of wanting, peace in the chat, it's like, well, I mean, don't we all, right? And whether or not you know, it's both. It's FI and it's FE. And it's not even, it's like fuck type, right? The whole thing is that is it genuine? Like, does it come from what exactly is the place that it's coming from? This is what Master Bobby, I think wants to determine here with Peter. And I mean, I don't want to speak on Peter's behalf, but I think it should be suffice. It should be enough reason, Master Bobby, that you know that it has been a recurring problem. It's not like it does kind of feel like, not to, I obviously, the FE stuff wasn't up to par, but it's like it's not entirely unjustified, it's not entirely unwarranted. And I mean, I think this, This is KP, yes, sadly. There's Bobby says the genuinely annoying thing was CJ getting Basanti on the call too. That was the dumb moment. Having Mr. Therapist sent to G on call was sufficient. Yeah, did not really think, I somehow didn't really predict that Jonathan was just going to kind of get on and be like, you know, essentially say he was saying at once, fuck you, and I hope you get the help you need. See, that's the thing, right? What do people mean when they say, I hope you get the help you need? Isn't that interesting, right? It's like, is that a genuine comment? Does Jonathan really want you to, quote unquote, get the help that you need? And I'm not trying to sow discord by saying that. It's just, I don't even know if Jonathan himself would really say he cares that much. It's just that, like Peter says, it's like we just want peace in the chat. It's I'm inclined to agree. Uh it is a two-way street with people, Master Bobby, but it doesn't all lie on you. However, you do get uh Maybe I wouldn't go as far as to say aggressive, but definitely fighty. Master Bobby says, "Isn't saying F you a slur or something?" Lol. Uh, I don't think so, unless you're talking about like the F slur. Like, literally. Um, should have missed. You missed it earlier, Master Bobby. I was getting pretty on PC talking about that stuff. But yeah, trigger warning. Talking about the word faggot. I don't know if he called you that. That seems a little intense. It seems a little intense for Jonathan. And I mean, he's a man of. It's like, I'm sure he said some. He was going pretty hard, but it's like I don't think he called you a faggot or something like that. It's again, I think it's a little intense even for Jonathan. You know what I mean? The whole thing though, it's not necessarily authoritative on Peter's end. It's just that he's trying his best to have an emotionally detached perspective on what has been a genuine, objective issue, which is you being fighty with people in the chat, whether it's on TWFP or to a lesser extent on my stream here. This is what I mean about FI users being disingenuous. Still interested in that, Karma's Pimp, how you think the, disingenuous FI. What realm other perceptions are there? Peter says, I hope you get the help you need on paper as an FI statement. How the person actually feels could change that. FE could say that and not mean it, which would be being fake. That's what I mean. It's about the intentions of the words. Does this not get at the crux of what it is that Master Bobby is essentially trying to assess here? Though at this point, I think we're just running in circles here. Again, it's not like Peter is necessarily being authoritative. It's just that he's trying his damnedest to be neutral in what is essentially a negative assessment. No FE bullshit. Looking for objectivity in a sea of subjectivity. Indeed. That's the goal, isn't it? It 100% is CJ. I'm fucking up here. I just don't know the. I keep missing what Karma's Pimp is responding to, especially. But let's just get caught up so that I don't miss any more good content here. I mean, yeah, it's like it's just maybe this is what you're saying, but yeah, it's very just going. It's just going in circles at this point. Master Bobby, I mean, you are being a little fighty now. Yeah, yeah. But of course, Peter admits here too. I'm quarrelsome at times. I mean, it doesn't really. Yeah, it's not about how it seems to you regarding how you come off. What matters is what others say. Why no Rastaman vibrations? Asks Boba Fett. A question that we are all asking ourselves on this beautiful Sunday morning, in which we find ourselves in a sort of deja vu rerun situation of what was once thought to be a resolved plot line on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. And I don't mind addressing again briefly to maybe add a little addendum here, try to really make sure that conclusion is reached here, but it's like, you know, Bobby, honestly, I think you're looking for an explanation that Peter is just not going to give. Matters what? I'm not really sure what, because Master Bobby says, "Wow, did you seriously just say that what matters is what others say? How is that possible coming from you? I'm genuinely interested." Which it is funny because it sounds kind of quote unquote fe, but Peter says that's an antagonistic way of speaking. That's disrespectful, rude, and pathologizes type. It's just like I don't really understand this interaction at this point. Like, well, let me just make sure I get what Peter said right. It's not about how it seems to you regarding how you come off. What matters is what others say. I think the ironic thing here is that, Peter what Peter is actually kind of urging you to do, Bobby, is to basically tend to FE, which has kind of been what I've been saying from the beginning. Like, it's like, it's not like anyone's, it's not like, and Peter, I remember even said this too. Like, there's nothing about, like having to change your FI values. It's about, like, I don't want to say necessarily changing, but like tweaking your FE approach to promoting these values, I guess you could say. But, it's becoming kind of a meta. We were talking about metacognition earlier. It's becoming kind of a meta issue at this point because it's like, I mean, there haven't been any more problems. Master Bobby hasn't caused any more problems. But Running Fox has a point, though. Maybe everyone should stop going at Master Bobby and give him some space. CJ talk about CJ talk about something else. That's like it's talking to just like that's why it's like you gotta just it's time to change the topic. Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of Earth. We can all agree on that, right? Let's do it. Let's put on the iron shirt and chase Satan out of Earth. That's the mission statement here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Running Fox says, I saw a video of a cat that brought trash to its owners, and it even brought trash to this old female cat, but the cat left and the cat just cried. It was a dot dot dot. It was adorable. I just missed the two dot 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 dots, but whatever. It was adorable. Or trash, and he just laughed and cried. What? It sounds sad. He's probably just trying to get the old female cat's attention. He's like, pay attention to my gifts I gave you. No, we're not doing any more of this voice shit. Sorry, but I mean, what even is the issue at this point? Yeah, he would give gifts of trash. He wanted to be your friend, but she was old and grumpy AF, lol. Or five. It's just FI feelings. You know what I'm thinking right now? I think like I'm saying, Bobby Brown just wants to understand where you're coming from, Peter Dentici, and it's like you're essentially giving him no FE data to work with. Other than I am simply giving an objective analysis of what is what I am calling unhealthy behavior, what you are calling unhealthy behavior. There's no way to frame it where you're not delivering quote unquote bad news. But I do think though that, Master Bobby, again, it's like you're trying to find an explanation. You're trying to find like further explanation in something where I don't think there's any further explanation. I think Peter's done his best to explain himself at this point. I mean, it's like, you know, whether or not what the motivation precisely comes from is sort of a moot point. It's kind of just like, it's like it has been a problem. And it's like there's no way to escape the fact that Peter is essentially quote unquote breaking bad news to you. But I think what Bobby Brown wants to hear essentially, Peter, is that this is your personal opinion. Am I right? Like, because see, it's not it's not like, because I keep coming back to this term like diagnosis, right? If you diagnose someone with cancer, there's no argument about it. But if you diagnose someone as anxious, paranoid, fearful, authoritarian, whatever, aggressive, these are all character traits that are up for debate. And every word that was just said is negative. But what you're trying to do, Bobby Brown, is say these negative feelings are coming from a personal place. And while that might be true to an extent, it's not just some FI personal thing. It's kind of an FE objective thing. I mean, not necessarily the Enneagram 6 stuff. That can be up for debate. It's like we can, talk about that. But the motivations of this are coming from like lots of conflict that you've had with lots of different people in TWFP, and again, to a lesser extent, to a much I mean, so far at least, to a much lesser extent on my stream here. You guys are just pissing in the wind at this point. Is that the correct expression? It's just like, no offense, but both of you guys at this point, it's just, I mean, I can relate, but I don't know. It seems like both of you guys are just kind of spinning your wheels right now. I mean, Master Bobby, you're looking for intentions that aren't really, I don't know, you're looking for negative intentions that aren't necessarily there. And it's like, Peter, I don't even know what you're doing. Like, just stop. No, I'm just kidding. But like, it's like, if you, it's like, how do I put it? Like, I, it's like it's not you. It's just not useful, man. Not for I. It's it, I feel as though you're spinning your wheels trying to communicate in this way, like where it's just like I don't know how to explain it, but it's not gonna happen. It's like just let it go. No, I'm just kidding, but it's like, but it is true though that Master Bobby has been very fighty with many people. I mean, but it's like at this point, it's like, what's the real issue? Like, Peter Energy says, "I'm sharpening iron." Well, fair enough, indeed. As long as there's no, it's try not to get the Fifis too involved here. The Fifi police can come and take you guys to court, put you guys in jail, and take you to court. Yeah, that's what they say. The INTP is the warmest. Wait, yes, the INTP is the warmest robot, and the INTJ is the coldest human. Well, I don't really know what the consensus is here, but we learned a lot today on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. I'm just like fucking drunk. As long as Master Bobby isn't coming in here swinging wild hooks, left and right hooks, then there ain't no problem. Yeah. Capiche? Whatever. So it's kind of like, let's just take it from here, guys. Right? Say la vie. You know, put it's the water under the bridge. Etc. Etc. Comprende? Now, see here, I think we might have a case of Master Bobby's intentions here being misread. I'm going to choose to believe that he is genuinely asking, how it is that Peter knows a lot about antidepressants. I mean, Peter's a knowledgeable guy. Okay, it's not exactly far fetched to imagine that he's got a working knowledge of the science behind pharmaceuticals, etc., etc. Well, let's try not to get too, personal here, okay? Talking about so and so and who's what's and what's it's. But it's I suppose it's a valid question, Not, but of course, Peter's not, as he says, the standard answer is to not answer you and say none of your concern, but I'll at least oblige this one. Well, he's going to oblige this one, but you're certainly not obliged to answer that question, and I didn't mean to call attention to it in any, extraneous way. But it is an instance here, I guess you could say, where, to be fair, though, I wasn't exactly sure where Bobby Brown was coming from with that comment. Okay. See, Bobby Brown, this is kind of what I'm talking about, man. It's like the FE delivery. It's not that good. It's not that good. You got to work on it a little bit, man. I don't know. But I'm not a doctor. I don't have all the answers. Dude, I feel like I think you have FI, uh, Bobby Brown. Not diagnosing you or anything, but it's like I just want to know versus how might this come off, like, and it's like that's exactly what, like, it's very similar to the original issue, but with the shoe, it's the shoes on the other foot now. But you know what I mean? It's all about reading into like intent, you know?
It's like, well, what did you mean when you said this? I mean, we all do it. But to be fair, and Master Bobby, I'll be the first to call myself out on doing things like this, like checking with people and stuff. I mean, it's like you do that a lot. You'll like zone in on, or you'll like hone in on like I don't know if I've told you this before, but I think I've mentioned it before, but hopefully I don't know. I meant to tell you at least directly, right? It's like honing in on one thing and being like, okay, but like it's like, what did you mean when you said that though? You know? And like Peter says here, it's like FI values intent, TI doesn't. And it's like, I mean, I get that. I place value on intent I personally. What is running Fox says, I think you are FI also. Are you talking to me? Oh, talking to Bobby? Yeah. Yeah, you guys should be besties. Oh, great. Jonathan Basanti's here to stir up the pot some more. I'm just kidding. Nothing, hopefully. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Hopefully, we're just winding down with a nice little addendum to our fucking recent bullshit. Curvis Fib says, but Bobby isn't even wrong about Peter, just because one is ultra paranoid about it. Yeah, well, that's kind of the whole thing, right? The intentions behind the words. Glad you appreciated that, Master Bobby. Peter thinks, he says, I know that I'm FI. I think Bobby is FE. That's interesting. I could see that too, though, right? There's a concern there for the social, it's like, I don't know though, but it is based on intentions, which seems pretty like FI. FI seems more like the intention, and FE seems more like the action. It's like FI is what I meant, but FE is what I said. You know? You know. FI, what I meant is Bobby Brown. You can be pretty disagreeable sometimes. FE, what I said was, Bobby, it's like you can be pretty fighty sometimes, and Enneagram 6 and and I don't blame Peter for not wanting to go through the whole rigmarole. But I will say, for future reference, it's like both of y'all, I think, need to tend to your FE a little bit. I don't know. I think that's the truth and reality right here. Like, but I will say though, it's not like Peter has had problems with lots of people. Am I wrong about that? I mean, Peter has some back and forths with Eric now and then, but he seems to be a reasonably even keel type of dude. Master Bobby, on the other hand,
It's not that I think you're unhinged or anything. You can be quite a feisty individual. You can be quite fiery. Peter admits that he can have his fire moments too, but again, he's not the one getting into conflicts with people all the time. It's you, Bobby Brown. I'm sorry, my bro. But, this isn't to beat a dead horse, 10 people here though. Amazing. This is the stuff that gets views. This is good content. Yeah. It's like that movie Nightcrawler. I'm like, all right, now fucking kill each other. Then we'll really get views. I'm just kidding. You have to say stuff like that. You have to say stuff like that when you're a rich and famous YouTube streamer. Like myself. You know what I mean? You have to say, I'm just kidding. And do FE bullshit. I made thousands of dollars streaming on YouTube. Here's how. Click here for more information. Boy! Yeah, boy! You guys know what I mean by that? Ow. Fucking sat on this.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Weed here. This weed container here. Oh yeah, let's see this, Peter.
Just got the first stage started.
No way.
Yeah.
Dad,
What?
I love you.
Love you
Can
too.
you see me?
Yep.
Can I see you?
Nope.
Why?
Because you need to rest.
I know I need to rest. I need to put my hands down and my head back and take a nap.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yep.
All right. Well, I see you. Good night.
Good night.
Love you.
I love you too.
Thanks for coming.
You're welcome.
Hey, bud.
How's it going?
I heard you're having a good time.
Oh, I'm having a good time, all right?
You are?
Yeah.
Good.
Hell yeah. Show me your tits. I'm just messing around.
Hey, quit.
I know. I'm so
Quit.
high.
Tell her you're sorry.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah, dude.
No, I'm good. Thank
You
you.
guys give me extra jokes. This is crazy. I ain't never heard nothing like it. Get this on Snapchat. Yeah, it's just me and you.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You be respectful when women come in.
I know. I'm sorry. All right, I'm mad.
If it happens,
You
man.
going to school tomorrow?
I don't think so, buddy.
Cool. Are you sending me over to UT?
Probably in the morning they are.
All right, bet.
Oh god, bet.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys.
How you feeling?
Cringe.
Pretty good.
I heard you were feeling good.
Yeah, sorry for what I said earlier.
Oh, I wasn't in here. Did you say something to me?
Yeah, I said something. I told her to show me the tits. I didn't mean to, you know? It was just out of instinct. I'm so in pain right now.
You're still in pain?
I mean, I'm not in pain. I'm just high.
Yeah.
Am I going to be all right?
You got a cool rod in your leg.
I got a cool rod.
Mm-hmm.
Woohoo! Rod! Rod's going to be shot.
Can you
Yeah,
wiggle
you
your-
taking a video of this?
Can you wiggle
Oh, yeah,
your
this
toes?
is 2,000 shares on Facebook. Yeah, I can wiggle my toes. Can you feel them?
I need the amazing.
Hell yeah, push out on your hand.
That's basically from Jesse Lee Peterson,
Hell
by
yeah,
the way.
put my hands to my nose.
Your hands to your nose.
Hell
Nose to
yeah.
your nose.
Nose to my nose. What the hell? What can we do with that, girl? My bad. How much this medication calms down?
What?
How long till this medication calms down?
I don't know. Could be a little
I'm
while.
so hyper right now.
Your dad's just gonna be.
Tell her how you was gonna dunk on people.
Oh yeah, I was gonna dunk on people, alright?
You were?
Give me a hoop, I'm dunking on people. Woo-wee! Oak Hills Varsity, baby! Love you.
Thank you.
Love you. I didn't see the amazing part, but good enough.
I'm in the hospital because I am pregnant.
Shut the fuck up. Dude says amazing in a voice similar to how you say it. I mean, I could hear a southern accent. I feel like I missed the amazing part, but like, of course, I missed the most crucial part of it.
We took quick.
I'm so medication dunking on people.
Thank you.
Never heard none. Sorry, man. Just
Literally,
Tell her you're
where does
sorry.
he say amazing?
I didn't mean to take a nap. Love you. It's
But
not done yet?
no, they just
What?
got the first stage started.
No way.
Yeah.
Dad,
What?
love you.
Love you too.
You see me?
Yep.
Do I see you?
Nope.
Why?
Because you need to rest.
I know I do.
Well, whatever. Mass Rose says the amazing isn't CJ's creation. It's from Jesse Lee Peterson. Yeah, it is. I'll admit it. Fuck yeah. Amazingly badass.
Connected to Bluetooth.
Bluetooth, motherfucker. Okay.
And I chased a dragonfly all across an ancient sky, rolling with a thousand stars down the Milky Way to Mars, like a good entangled day in the lily of the day.
La 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 la. Yo. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm. Peace out, Running Fox. Thank you for being here. Bit of a late response there, my bad, but not too bad. 2 minutes later, but peace out, Running Fox. Thank you for being here.
Connected to Bluetooth. Close my eyes and see now.
Talking about the day when can make me fall, but that's not now. It makes me want to cry. Should
Whip.
In time she'll see. Hey, get a rhythm. When you the blues, come on, get a rhythm.
Jennifer wrestled her friend.
Funny. No, I'm not funny.
I'm so happy to have you again. This is it. You gave me you did not wanna get close today.
The afternoon doesn't have to mean you don't pose. I turn the engine on, doesn't have to mean no show. I run after you, doesn't have to mean it's harder. You know if I throw, doesn't have to be the last time. You know if I throw, doesn't have to be the last time. Folding chair, I feel the coolness and everyone's feet so close. No tears in heaven, no sorrows given. All will be glory in that land. There'll be no sadness.
At Verbo, vacation homes for you and whoever you call.
Amazing. Sorry about that.
Twilight in the city. Streets full of people. Out of the club.
You can see it like that. 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 Jordan's rushing water, the mighty power of God fills the air. I'm on my way to the river of Jordan, gonna wait right here in the rushing water. I'm going down to the river of Jordan, and let the cool waters cleanse my soul. King Naaman was stricken with great leprosy, and he sent for the man of God to pray. But Elijah said to Naaman, go dip yourself in Jordan, and let the cool waters wash your spots away. So he went right down to the river of Jordan, he went right in the rushing water, he dipped himself in the river of Jordan, and the cool waters made him whole. The river of Jordan is many miles away, and this mighty river I may never see. But I'll find myself an altar in an old-fashioned church, and my river of Jordan that will be. Well, I'm on my way to the river of Jordan, in the rushing water. I'm going down to the river of Jordan, and let the cool waters cleanse my soul.
Get yourself together or fall apart. Make your mind up or let yourself down. Get yourself together or fall apart. Make your mind up or let yourself down.
Stretch my hands to you.
Shadows of play. Machine.
Whoa, what could I? Whoa, what could I do? What could I do? What could I do? What could I do? Whoa, what could I do? What could I do? What could I do? What could I do? What could I do without the comfort of the Lord? What could I see? What could I say? How could I feel? How could I pray? What could I do if it wasn't pray? What could I do if it wasn't for the Lord? Whoa, what could I do? What could I do? What could I do, Lord? What could I do? What could I do if it wasn't for the Lord? Whoa, what could I see, Lord? What could I say? How could I feel? How could I pray? What could I do if it wasn't for the Lord? Well, He's my bread, my water, my life. He's my everything. Yes, He is. He helps me whenever I may pray. Whoa, He keeps me on, keep me strong, keep me right when I'm doing wrong. What could I do if it wasn't for the Lord? Whoa, what could I do? What could I do? What could I do, Lord? What could I do? What could I I do if it wasn't for the Lord? Oh Lord, when my lights go out, my crowd get dim, friend move out, while Jesus moving. What could I do if it wasn't for the Lord? For the Lord.
The Voice Slinger.
Tell God about fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And so I come to you, my love, my heart above my head. Though I see the danger there, if there's a chance for me, then I don't care. Fools rush in where wise men never go, but wise men never fall in love. So how are they to know? When we met, I felt my life begin. So open up your heart and let this fool rush in. this
You could unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash out refinance today. In the last year, average home value.
With MailChimp, you can design beautiful.
These things shall pass, and some great morning. This is a story.
Standing on the corner shooting. Nigga, just right on your butt. Man, don't get back in that pack. Hope you niggas to the flow. Nigga, no slow stealing. It's over. Hey, roll the shit. Take for the.
I wanted you.
the 16 you gave me, you did not.
Are you a cop?
Juice box, tank top, 2 socks, do stop, forehead shiny like a new block. 2 shots fired at the excursion, we were swerving it. All purpose verses with a passion for serving kids.
Ways to a new day, spread my lungs, get links, jump in the whip, stash guns, whiskey tea, shifted the beat and flee before anything, should be very close to something.
Been working way too much, need to get out and get fucked up. What's going on? Where's it at? Make some calls to make it crack, let's see. I need money, drugs, and ride in the spot with hot ones and stars. The mission to get all of the above in a limited amount of time. I can do this and it's done. Like that, we're on our way. Be it
Top priority, peace before everything, God before anything, love before anything, real before everything, home before any place, shoot before anything, silence stay radiate, love power slay the hate, truth killer figgy face, play say it to they face, ain't afraid I made this straight race, set the table straight, flow greatest like the greatest lakes. Capes on greatest states, quiet water, major waves. Steer the course, make a wave, and come ashore on a greater day. Homegrown from the greatest rain, full flavor in the native strain. Now put that on your brainy brain. Full exposure to great and slang, minimum wage and major gains. Y'all seen Dante the Bay, day to night and day to day. They came to play, we came to stay. Get out the way. B.I. Sunspot, heat rocks, Brooklyn finest preservation of B-box. Front of folk poison a detox. When we rock, the people are respond priority. Peace before anything, God before everything, love before anything, real before everything, home before any place, shoot before anything, silence stay radiate, love power slay the hate priority. Love power.
Stars down the Milky Way to Mars, got taken in time for day in a lily pond. The only thing he said to me was, "Young lady, I love thee." La 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 la. across the ancient sky, falling with a thousand stars, down the Milky Way to Mars. Back again in time for a day, in a lily pond.
When I'm alone, I often think of an old house on the hill, of a big yard hedged in roses where we ran and played at will. And when the nighttime brought us home, hushing our merry din, Mother would look around and ask, "Are all the children in?" Well, it's been many a year now, and the old house on the hill no longer has my mother's care, and the yard is still, so still. But if I listen, I can hear it all, no matter how long it's been. I seem to hear my mother ask, "Are all the children in?" And I wonder when the curtain falls on that last earthly day, when we say goodbye to all of this, to our pain and work and play, when we step across the river where Mother so long has been, will we hear her ask a final time, "Are all the children in?" These things shall pass.
She's not. Can you lose by following God? Can you lose by following God? I'm not talking about following people. I'm not talking about following your friend. I'm not talking about following different preachers. I'm not talking about following other men. Can you by following God? He created the heavens and the earth.
Waits within, 'cause one star remains in the false darkness. Have you met my man on? One truth survives death's silent darkness. Have you met my man on? No tears in heaven, no sorrows given, all will be glory in that land. There'll be no sadness, all will be gladness, when we shall join that happy band. No tears, no tears, sorrow and pain will all have flown. No tears, no tears, no tears in heaven will be known. Glory is waiting, waiting up yonder, where we shall spend an endless day. There with our Savior we'll be forever, where no more sorrow can dismay. No tears, no tears, sorrow and pain will all have flown. No tears. be known. No tears in heaven will be known. So blue, living in a dream. Never knew you, things are what they seem.
When burdens seem to overcome that higher power whose faith.
We have the very absorbing story of a girl.
I felt awesome.
Yes, I'm ballin' out, bitch. Strong goose, rose. Yes, I'm drunk as fuck, bitch. Basement, wrist. Yes, I'm ballin' out, bitch. Strong goose, rose. Yes, I'm drunk as fuck, bitch. It's that young nigga movement, man. You know how we doing it, man. Like, come on, man. Stop bullshit, nigga. I do this shit, nigga. Flocka Robinson, nigga, like my New York buddy say. Flocka, a.k.a. I might rob you, son. They gon' say they hard, I'ma say I'm harder. They gon' say they grind, I'ma grind smarter. They gon' say they shining, but the lights is on me. Only three things, son. Shining. Now I'm ballin' up. Now I'm ballin' up. Now I'm ballin' up.
I'm ballin' out. Hey, now 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 I'm ballin' out.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Face neck, wrist fist. Yes, I'm ballin' out, bitch. Strong goose, rose. Yes, I'm drunk as fuck, bitch. Ballin' is my hobby, stuntin' is my role model. Getting guap is my dog, and Gucci is my rap. Like a flame, you my favorite rapper, bro. Can I trap with your bro? Talking cap like your bro. Count stacks like your bro. Dress so icy like your bro. Can I flex? Can I shine? Can I ride like your bro? You can do it, shout it. You can do it, shout it, bro. Hard work, hard things, smarter than the average. Nigga, go ball, fuck that carrot. Nigga, average, nigga. Not me, my nigga. What, my nigga? Now I'm ballin' out. 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 Walk a block, walk a black. Now I'm ballin' out. 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 Walk a black. Yo, got the rap in the show. I love weed smoke. Shout it so please make it smoke. Every rubber nigga roll it. I don't need no ghost rider. Just that flex, just that shine, just that bottle out. We the first people team with a woman party. BG, G, SG, Young G, Small Boy, Unit Kid, Power Boy, Rock the Block, in the Gucci notes. Have time on the bus, we had a 4-quarter. You know we got blocks, love to shoot. Now my name was black and white, we throwing loot, Sorry, I got hella money, walk up in the store. That's the what she wanna shoot. You ain't no blocker on ball. Now I'm ballin' out. Now I'm ballin' out. Now I'm ballin' out. Now I'm ballin' out. Walk a black. Now I'm ballin' out. 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 Walk a black.
Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a point me a point me a.
A lot of niggas talk that shit and end up getting their wig split. It's MC Mac, the nigga known for smacking, jacking, cracker jacks, bust the ass nigga, run your mouth and get your ass blowed off. Watch me put my ski mask on, come a gang back trick, now drop it off. Lanes get very quick and tricks that try to test they nuts get stuffed and zipped up in my body bag to let you know your ass been had. Position weak ass niggas looking, throwing up the wrong sign. I'm staring at them like they J-Ho, bitch, you ain't no friend of mine. Shoot a stupid sucker in a minute, don't you give a fuck about another nigga. If he's bigger, you should cap his ass, nigga. Like the Mac smack a nigga, like a nigga smack a bitch, you cluckers. So ain't no buster, smacking cracker, niggas don't want the of my chrome. So now you wishing you didn't run your liquor, nigga. Like we popping concerts once again. I got to show these lemons who they dealing with. Don't play me weak or soft, cause all my niggas keep a fucking y'all. Classified as lemon pillars. Let's make a stain, shoot that thing like Quench said. You stupid hoes, easy come and easy go, bitch.
Me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Easy go, easily I shut you up. Point me a point me a point me a.
I'm hanging in North Memphis with my niggas that be snarling that feet. Got a Mac 10 on the side of my hip. Pour Rudy Food, lemon lane side, also run a lip smoked out on that ganja weed while sitting back sipping on Hennessy. I'm hiding 3 birds and a kite. I'm thinking, blinking, also creeping. I grab my y'all and load that bitch and bitch gon' start some shit. Jump like you get Anna, close your eyes, watermelon tree, make a wish. Got Teflon in your lungs, and now you gasping for your last breath. Young nigga trying to outrun some hollow tips, one trick you and took your last step. See, buster niggas run they mouth, but eventually get they cranium cracked by MC Mac. We robbing, staining, pick them up, oh, what you get. My nine don't have no feelings as I'm dishing out those hollow things. 666, give me some family, killer, clan, and snitches, and I manage, scoping, popping, dropping, bust a trick. We rob you for your weed and blue to smoke off in your face. Now, bitch, you shouldn't have shit to say. Run your pussy, liquor, nigga. Mac will always keep a tongue for a sucker, clunker, buster, motherfucker, front back to your dog. Right, right there, at your dome, fool. Easy go, easy go, easy, right there, at your dome, fool. Easy go, easy, point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Point me a tone right there at your dome, fool. Point me a.
What up, gang?
That's me.
Can I break it down? Can I break it down? Can I break it down?
Thanks for being here, you guys. Good times.
Sweet berry wine.
Just going off, playing a ton of music, playing a ton of visuals. Amazing. Yeah, I do get copyright claims. But it hasn't been a problem so far, knock on wood. Earlier, it gave me a different notification though during the stream. I ain't leaving just yet. Can't even believe I started doing this again. What did I do? Every time. Always going ham. Going so many hours. That's how I am. I don't know if Psylocke is here still. If Psylocke is still here, but what's up, Psylocke? What's poppin', Psylocke? I'm not a Cyclops. I got 2 eyes, but I got 1 life. Come through with the knife, slice y'all through like a sword. That's who I am. That's how I do it. Yours truly. That's right. It's your boy CJO, not a toy. I'm not so coy. I'm aggressive. It's, you know, I'm obsessive. Yeah, be a little bit obsessive.
Wine was invented by the Romans for orgy.
It's a blessing. Amazing truth and reality. Awesome poppin'. Pop and lock it. Drop it. Yeah. PC locker. Don't get in your fee-fees. I'm not about to leave. Not just yet. I'm just having some fun with it, but probably not gonna stream for that much longer. For real. And I mean it this time. 3 PM. Very bizarre. What else is new, right? Bizarro claims I got fresh aims. I'm going down. Ain't playing no games, no FE shit. Like I'm Peter Dentici. And a good friend you see. Lee. Ain't gonna be the end of me. Ain't incendiary. It's not very scary. Good vibes. Always. All night, all day. Come on. Yeah. Dance party. I've never listened to Cannons. Sounds kind of familiar. What's up, Lady Lou? Thank you for being here. Interesting stuff about the weed there, the Gen X inhale. Yes, I'm toking out a bit of Kush right now. Right now. Just a little bit right now. A little bit right now. But I might be cushed out, no doubt, like Gwen Stefani, going in like John Basanti. I got bars for days like I'm on the run. All about that honesty. Nothing wrong with me, it's just honesty. Honestly. Like the Coliseum. We're gonna battle. Bada beam. Bada beamer. Got a couple bucks and then I bought a beamer. Not a schemer though, I'm just a fucking dreamer. Not an immigrant, I'm just a lemur. I'm not a lemur. Redeemer. The Redeemer. Yeah. Come on. It's a screamer. Yes. Woo. Yeah. Young bass god, I got swag on my jeans, yeah, you know what it means, yeah, I got them good jeans, I'm snapping, trapping like I'm outcast, rapping on this shit, beat flapping my lips like I got gums, yeah, bars for days like Xanax, I'm going in like acid flashbacks, like I'm on Zantac, lashing out, backlash, I prevent that, cause it's un-PC, like I'm Bill Maher, libtard, motherfuckers don't give a shit, this is so hard, how I go in like I'm Waka Flocka, don't barge in, I'm just doing my thing, and I'm spinning with the kids, yeah, with my whole gang, it's the crew, it's the chill island Oasis, I'm with you, me and you, us, we do it too, going to the lights, we gonna do us right, correct, coming through in the night, bringing daytime, I got new rhymes, and say down, I got way out, I got grams, you gotta get weighed out, if I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna get paid out, you gonna get laid out, you gonna get saved out, you don't get saved if you don't get right with Christ. You're doing it wrong. I gotta sing in the song. I'm like the new Yeezy, and I'm coming through. You can say fuck Breezy. I'm doing new things, doing new shit. It ain't easy, like Tupac. But it ain't fugazi, not lazy. Who's safe? Gotta believe me. Truth and honesty, reality, true mentality, physicality, spirituality, morality. So good. I was going in there for a second. There. Amazingly truth and realities. I mean, reality. Talking a lot of nonsense. But I got an alarm clock going off. It's the problem. I sent the wrong text. Gotta correct it. Obsessive, aggressive. Hilarity ensues like a sitcom. You've got bit ROM computer shit, new wave, scootering through the neighborhood like I'm 12, 1, 2, doing it. All about heaven, not hell. Don't tell me what I gotta do, I'll tell you how I'm coming through now with the goodness and the truth. How I do it so persuasively, never evasively. Got y'all caving in, I'm busting out the cage, you see like Rage Against the Machine. See what it means, I'm in the street, in a new scene. Too lean, too clean with it, fresh, so clean. So fresh, so clean. Like Outcast again, that's 2 times. Yeah, and I got new rhymes. Yep. way. As I do this today, get to do shit. Okay, yeah. Souffle, gourmet. It's all Eprom stuff. Oh, oops! I accidentally put it on all the Eprom stuff. Yeah, even just out of manners, I might want to start being mindful of copyright stuff. Like just out of respect for the artist. I don't know. FE considerations going forward. Oh my god, I did it again. It's Eprom tracks. It's gonna rhyme something when I forget. I'm gonna say something and then rhyme something. Now I forget. Whatever. To reality. Mentality. Forget what I was gonna say, and I was gonna correct something I said and rhymed, but I forget now. Whatever. But going hard. I've definitely been streaming for way too long. Said I wasn't gonna do this again, and I did it. But whatever. It was fun, you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Definitely gonna head out in a few minutes. Maybe we can round it out at 10 hours. I don't know. You guys can watch me try to clear out some tabs and stuff. So fun. A lot of good content tonight, you guys. Good stuff. Anya. Who's Anya? Is she a German queen? Bill Maher libtard. I have to admit, I kind of stole that from this guy JPEG Mafia. He's probably an ENFP. It just rhymes too well. Yeah, I wish I came up with that though. It's like, damn it. But no, I usually don't. Just like crib lines, and if I do, usually I'll reference the source. But that was one exception, I think, pretty much, because I said something about being like un-PC, like Bill Maher, or something about, and then I said something about a libtard. But yeah, that rhyme comes from JPEG Mafia. SMH. What it is. There's some good original stuff there, though. I'll have to look back on it. I don't remember that much stuff that I said or that I freestyled after like right now. Master Bobby. So you were jamming out to something. There it goes. Bluetooth, so loud. I do have to improve the setup. That might be, this is like the most hard I've gone with the audio visual stuff, I feel like. It's pretty crazy. And I'm probably going to get, fucking a bunch of copyright infringement, copyright infringements and, copyright claims. And, who knows? It might. Both of these videos tonight might get blocked in certain areas. Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, I don't wanna shoot myself in the foot too much here. I did get a notice midstream earlier that hadn't happened before. But it hasn't given me any ultimatums or anything. It's never been like you're gonna get your channel shut down if you don't. I think someone just said something about strikes. Like, yeah, it's not like it hasn't given me any strikes yet, knock on wood. So I guess that might be the metric to measure it by. But anyway. It says nothing. Gen X Xennial says the camera stuff screams SE8, rest assured at this point. That's pretty funny. That might, who knows? Maybe that's a real thing. I did conceptualize it as such when I first, got into type, and I would get ENFP on a lot of tests, and I was sort of thinking like, well, SE8 kind of makes sense. But then I started thinking INFP because I sort of feel like that I have a lot of problems with SE, probably more so than TI, but I don't know, maybe. I mean, I go back and forth, I guess. Like that's between what I think is most likely. But at this point, I am thinking more INFP. But you know, I'm open to possibilities. Anyway. I think I'm definitely an NF type. That is for sure. The Gen X Anil says, nah, the 8th slot is actually worse than 7th. I.e., I literally have no FI. NA is just weak as hell. Hmm. Duly noted. Nah, but that's interesting. That's kind of a hot take, though, isn't it? It's interesting. I thought the idea was that, your 8th slot is your role function, so you can kind of like snap into it, if you so choose, which was again like something that I felt I had more access to at the, TI than at the average ENFP. I was thinking INFP. I'm like, well, I can snap into that role, but I could also kind of like see it in with some regards to ENFP. But I mean, I could list off a bunch of things that are very not SE, but I mean, and but then throughout my whole life, like I mean, like it's like, but they are embarrassing, like in ways, like never being really good at sports when I was younger, and like never really being the type of person that I mean, I can be like, I don't know. I always felt like I made up for SE with like a lot of NE, but I guess, but I mean, when I was younger though, I just, who knows? Maybe it is a static thing, and I just still am an ENFP at heart. It's like so, what's it? Like old habits never die or whatever. But there's just also the very distinct possibility of the FI Dom being first and foremost. Like, it's like the true reality. INFJ though, possible. I mean, those are my top 3. But yeah, FI Dom, like just feeling like sort of inherently, I don't know. I would think before, oh, well, I guess I have the FI tool, like I'm using it to judge, because that made a lot more sense to me. But I started thinking, well, maybe I'm using the NE as a tool instead to kind of just like try to quote unquote be creative and be silly with words and stuff with people and everything. But like it's like, you know. And then it's like I can snap into FE mode too. Like, I was raised pretty pretty. I don't. I mean, I wouldn't say not. I just FE preferences, around, and feeling like well socialized in that regard. But I think it could be good enough to be, you know, to indeed be conscious. Like this is an affliction. You seem more FI than I mean. You seem more FE than FI. Any first people trade all that quality for no SE. Just the same way that TI gets confused for FI. Quality, comfort, and price. That's nice. But the quality, in what way? Fade Doms are super stoic. Emotions are not run amok. Their masters of keeping their FVs in check. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do, but I kind of like I get it, expressive or try to be expressive on here. But I mean, I'm not really to say I wish I was more stoic actually. Like it would definitely like to say I'm stoic would probably be an overstatement because there's like an aspiration there for I don't know, maybe there's something positive. Of course, stoicism can be positive in its own way. It's just like I don't really know where I land on that because it's not like I'm a full-fledged optimist, but like I can be pretty pessimistic. But that might not really be the thing. It's more like the metric by which you're judging this stuff. And I mean, I can't think of it being anything else than FI, but yeah, and like I mean, I'm probably Enneagram 9, so that could explain a lot of FE type stuff. But yeah, INFJ is likely, I guess. Sort of I'm sort of honored to uh to potentially be the mythical INFJ unicorn, as I've said like a million times. To come up, boo, come up with some new material. Any Basanti. Jackson says, wait, are you different off stream? Kind of hard to fake what you're doing right now. Depends on yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty careful with my words to some degree. You'd be surprised, but that's also kind of like an OCD thing. Like I deal with OCD, so it's like kind of impacts things. Like I definitely was always thinking from the very beginning, like I'm an ENFP in like kind of an SI grip. But then I started thinking, well, maybe I could be an INFP because my TI is not so bad, and uh, essentially my SI, it's not unreasonable to believe that it would be third slot. And funny enough, speaking of OCD, I actually started thinking that TE seeking can be a little bit what I do in that regard in order to like feel safe about things in a sort of way. But I could also say that about SI. I mean, of course, SI is pretty part and parcel with safety and security. So, but of course, it's like a more physical nature. I mean, there's obviously a lot more to it. There's like stuff about time and like yeah, basically stuff like that. It's like your body in time, basically. But like, anyway, all the things that SI encompasses. Like, it's like I'm good at these things in ways. I mean, I'm really good with like ranting. I mean, well, I guess I'm pretty good at ranting too, huh? But I mean, I'm good at ranking and rating things. Like super SI. Like I could just see the third slot, kind of, especially if you think of it as like an inner child. But there is also, I mean, I've TE could be that as well. Inner child kind of burgeoning to get the facts laid out for all y'all to peep. I feel like I just explained it pretty well. The Gen Xennial says, like, are you way more quiet off stream? Um, well, quite frankly, yeah. Um, but not as much as I should. I don't want to be though. Like, in a way, it's hard to explain, I guess. It's not really that hard to explain. I guess I would just say like I'm just not very social these days. I don't I don't get out much, to be frank. What is that noise upstairs? What the Just making some noise upstairs. Fly Guys is CJ's knockdown drag out hellscape of lies and delusions. What do you mean? That's so scary. Mm. Oh, but yeah, basically I guess I would find that I'd be much more engaged in an FE sense, like or whatever. I don't. It doesn't even have to be about functions, I guess. Oh, but essentially, right. Lady Lou says, "Wait, I've been assuming that this stream chatting is social. Is it not?" Um, yeah, it's like it is in its way, in its own way, isn't it? I guess I'm just talking about quote unquote real lifing. IRL. But yeah, why is this a hellscape of lies and delusions? Fly guy. the melancholic thing? Do you just think everyone here is bullshitting? Do you think I'm bullshitting too? Who knows, you guys? Type might be fake. Type is not real. Hmm. Yeah. Quote, unquote, real lifing. Hashtag real lifing. Oh, I get it. Cause it's maybe you're doing a pun. Maybe Fly Guy's doing a pun on the name of the stream. The Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. That's amazing how long that took me. Amazing. There I go again. Bobby Brown. I was just gonna say that, and you actually wrote Bobby Brown right here, right as I read that. I read that right as I said that. But anyway, yeah, the Gen Xennial, you have a point. I mean, it aligns better with what I thought. And that's what Running Fox agrees. Nice. Ugh. Finally. It's like I feel like everyone wants to just type people the stuff that they don't think they are, you know? Like, does it really take that much to imagine that I'm a fucking NFP? I can't believe I'm just only now saying this, but it's like, really, guys? Jonathan Basanti thinks I'm an ISFJ. Like, Winston's mom thinks I'm an I. She still at least has a sense that I could be. She thinks that I could be INTJ or ENFP, which is amazing. And yeah, so good. Fly Guy says CJ's extra Jimmy's wrestled SmackDown wrestling mat of slander and dystopia. It's badass. What type is Fly Guy anyway? That was some pretty clever word. You have kind of a way with words, I noticed. Pretty fucking funny, dude. I did want to see something here. Okay, yeah, Peter and Bobby. Sounds like isn't it like the Brady Bunch or something? They're talking about Fe. You guys going ham with the Fe all night long. Fe boys. Right, but Boba Fett thinks I'm INFJ. Eric has gone from thinking, in his words, essentially, I've tracked it over time. He said, one time he did say, okay, it's kind of bullshit because there were a lot of dominant personalities on the whereby chats, and and he wasn't in there when I was, when I would have my chances to shine, and so it's like, the time he came in, he said, "Well, you're not a particularly talkative ENFP," and I was like, "Well, that's a laugh," but I also was like, I don't even know how I explained that one to him because in so many words, it was kind of just like I there were some like it was a full house, and you get people. It was like pretty sure people like Taylor was there and stuff. You know what I mean? Like from like Flow State Taylor. Um, like you know this other chick that would go on there, and like it'd be like 12 people, and so I mean I'd be relatively quiet and stay in the chat. You know what I mean? So there was, yeah, so Eric said that once, but then he one time felt like I had supervised him on some FI shit like a few years ago, like or no, not even, like a year ago maybe. He's if that. He said like I literally just said something like tisk tisk, and it was enough for him to be like he was like, "Oh man," he was like, "Even just you saying that was like," he was like, "That felt like," he was like, "You might be INFP, dude." He was like, "I feel pretty supervised by just that one little comment, like, you might be INFP, dude." And I thought that was pretty funny, even just like how he said that. But then I was like, "Oh wow," so funny. Very funny, but like then finally recently, now when he's been coming in the chat here and stuff, I mean, he first said INFJ actually, and then he said even could be ISFJ, just like Jonathan said. But then also, I feel like he went back to INFJ, and I don't know. Some of the stuff that he was saying though, I feel like he probably wouldn't like disbelieve me being an NFP, but I don't know. But that was pretty interesting. So I swear I saw one person say I might be an ESTP, and I was like, that's literally the least likely type that I am, in my opinion. Actually, I actually wait. Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, I don't know. That was like, Eric and people unaware by it generally. I mean, the consensus, like people didn't really question that either. It's just there were times though, like yeah, sometimes they can be a lot more quiet. I mean, I also chalked that up to though to they they always say that about ENFPs too. Like it's like love to talk, but can become very reserved and like et cetera, et cetera. But it's like my SE is so bad and my TI is so good that I think that now I think I'm INFP. Basically. In that's the long and short of it. I mean, that would maybe be the top reason to say INFP. But, looking at it from another from some different viewpoints is helpful and good. You know what I mean? We think Carrot is ESFJ. Probably. Everyone's always talking about this duelist character. I've yet to meet him or talk to him. Like, does he have does he like stream or post videos? But yeah, could be INFJ. That'd be dope. That'd be dope. Ti, Lady Lou, and the Gen Xennial talking about the Ti. Not all TI-7th people are dumb. TI is the most misunderstood function, in my humble opinion. ENTJ or ENFP, how do you split between those two? They're almost fucking opposites as well. Well, I have seen people say that for some reason ENFPs. I've at least seen it once on literally just Quora. Someone saying this, that they did some anecdotal thing saying, oh, sometimes ENFPs can hilariously manifest as almost like INTJs, which funny enough, I feel like I actually kind of understand in some way. I think it's just because of I mean, my NI, I think my NI is pretty good, and if I was in like a, particularly TE mood, then you know, laying the smackdown a little bit. The FI, feeling feisty. SE, I mean, again, don't think I'm very good at it, but that would be fourth slot. So but when you get into the unconscious stack, though, I guess it probably starts to fall apart a bit more. Like, I mean, they're definitely quite different, but I think it's just it's just the shared. It's mostly just the shared FI and TE. I think that can manifest in the ENFP and the INTJ. I'm not sure. I don't think it would work the opposite. I don't think it would work the other way around, though, right? I mean, when do you don't really ever see an INTJ acting like an ENFP unless they're I actually, honestly, maybe both of them, they act like each other when they're completely insane. But eh, it's like I know what you mean. But I've seen it mostly just about ENFPs acting like INTJs or something like that at points. I would have to imagine it would be it's like, in no disrespect to the INTJ, but perhaps a more paranoid state or like a more angry state. Like, I can weirdly see it, but that's why. But it doesn't have to be necessarily bad. It can be good too. Like I said, like laying down the law or just being kind of like almost like aggressively logical about something. But I know people have different conceptions of It's like TE isn't logic. It's TI. It's logic. It's like yeah, whatever. We get it. TI is amazing. The rapper. I'm just kidding, but yeah, the function. Like Master Bobby says, why don't you just use whatever effing type you want to be? CJ, life's too short to spend time on that circular nonsense. True. Circular nonsense. Genixennial says, do you practice the shit out of that rapping stuff or does it come natural? If it a lot of practice, then maybe ISFJ, but man, that's a stretch. Well, Thanks. Yeah. I mean, it's just years and years of doing it, I guess. But I don't practice the shit out of it. I would say it comes natural. Sorry, I meant to say I would say it comes naturally. But I know, right? I think ISFJ is a stretch too. I think it's playing up my I don't know, my 9 like my Enneagram 9 like conciliatory nature or something, like wanting to have good FA vibes, FE good vibes, but like um it's not I feel like it's not so much in the way of that in the way that like FE tool would manifest, you know? And plus SI Dom, what the heck? I almost wish I was SI Dom. You know what I mean? Get my life together. Get my life together. Anyway, Fly Guy says first, CJ, before you pick your type. Wait, one sec. Fly Guy says first, CJ, before you pick your type, analyze a type tier list. Don't pick a low tier, but don't pick S tier either. Find some sort of respectable high tier type. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, it's like that's it. I'm INFJ. It does it. Finally, I can say I'm an INFJ. Finally. It's like I do feel like everyone wants to be the INFJ. So I would so that's why I have it as like my third most likely, but it's up there. Duels. Am I pronouncing it right? Oh yeah, Running Fox says don't take it serious for America in the chat. That's the only advice I can give out. Oh wait, was it the hair? Type their hair, INFP. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. You shouldn't take it too seriously. Master Bobby too. Like, you gonna be ISTP tomorrow? That's funny. Boba. Flat guy making me laugh here. Wow, Quora, thanks for being useless and confusing and unhelpful. It's just some anecdotal bullshit about. I told you. I feel like it makes a bit of sense. Maybe he's a charming man to be a good Smiths reference for duels. Who drinks CJ Law? He doesn't really stream then, I guess. NFPs are the cosplay type. They like to act like other people. That feels interesting, you know? Oh shit. He goes like some NFPs will shape their entire persona off a streamer like Charles Carroll or similar. That's really funny. I told you I like Charles Carroll a lot. That's really random of you to say. Plus, you did say I'd be like Charles and you'd be like um Nick. Well, it's kind of funny because I feel like sometimes I can act like I feel. Would you say Charles is an INTJ? The funny thing is too, actually, is that we're from the same area. I mean, generally speaking, he's in. Well, actually, I think he's in Rhode Island right now, but it's like, you know, I'm like 45 minutes south of Boston, so not too far off. MDE. They're basically based in Fall River and like, and then Rhode Island. Oh, also, LOL. 3 minutes ago, Charles Carroll is live Twitch. I only have his shit on there for. Uh, I only have a Twitch basically to. Well, now I'm actually following a few people now, but like, I basically just got a Twitch to watch Charles Carroll streams. But yeah, it's crazy too because they were hanging out with John Mouse, one of my favorite artists of all time. I was talking about him earlier. He's like one of the true brilliant geniuses. It's like I don't say that lightly. Charles Carroll, you know, I mean, he's definitely very smart, but I think even he would agree that John Mouse is on another level. Uh, Mouse is probably an ENTP or something. But yeah, I don't know. I tend to think Charles is like an INTJ, and I feel like I can actually relate to him in ways like it's weird. But yeah, I'd be curious what type you think he is, because like, have you seen this happen too? That NFP is doing that. I hope I'm not doing that. Good lord. It's like trying not to wear my influences on my sleeve too much. I don't even really like the word influences, but it's like, you know, the great minds. I would say he's probably one of the great modern minds alive right now. I would say that's pretty true. That's pretty true. Um, Running Fog says frameworks of social relationships. Parasocial is one-sided, like on social media platforms. CJ is the one in control. Wow, that makes me feel powerful and good. That's true. I can just fucking unplug this thing. Don't give a fuck. Running Fox says, I think FI values logic. No, it can't do that because FI is illogical. Yeah, it's like, that's something else too, right? Like, that's what I've been trying to say. Well, no, but it's so simple. It's like, what if part of your moral framework is being objective, Like, I don't see how that. Your personal moral framework, Oh, I actually think it was Running Fox. It's something about the personal and the universal earlier. About rating and rankings things. I don't know. I try to factor in both the subjective and objective good in those in my ratings and rankings. You know what I mean? But anyway, that was a good question. I appreciate that. I'll so much good content tonight. A lot to think about and consider. Um, forget what I was going to say. Yeah, I don't remember. But anyway, that's funny. You think Charles is ENFP? I considered if he's some kind of NFP, but he seems so like sort of shrewd in his judgments that like he always strikes me as kind of NTJ-ish. But and plus, I mean, I've seen people comment like, "Oh, INTJ squad" or whatever, you know. Master Bobby, do you know about Charles? He goes random. It was a meticulous choice for Fly Guy to mention Charles. Yeah, and I guess it's like basically I meant the opposite. I meant random in the sense that I guess it was. I felt it was a sort of an unexpected reference. A very specific reference. You know what I mean? But anyway, one is blurring the lines a bit in this chat. But yeah, that's funny. Take your bets on PDB. Yeah, true. Check that out. INTP, huh? Not outrageous. I could see the NE. Master Bobby does not know of Charles. I'll have to yeah, PDB is pretty good, huh? Everybody's gonna Wang Chung tonight. You know what I mean? What? Hold on. Okay. Running Fox says, "It is like, we know what CJ tells us and shows us, but we do not intimately know him outside of this dynamic, and he does not know us either." Indeed. So that makes it parasocial. Parasocial relationships mostly involve media figures such as television personalities, politicians, comedians, musicians, reading sports scenes, for example, someone could admire a celebrity or even post something. Comments of affection towards them without the potential risk of face-to-face rejection. I guess I'm a media figure now. Like I says, if I shit in the street and paint the wall with it, it's technically media. Exactly, though. It's like, let's not get carried away. I mean, hey, I'm not going to belittle myself either, but hey, this is about as lo-fi as it gets. As far as I'm concerned, this is more of a two-way street than you might believe. I don't know. I mean, but it is. I get the point, though. I am technically in control. Anyone can do it. You do content creator, lol. CJ, you're now what? No, in the media. You're one of they now with parentheses around it. So scary. I know, I mean, it's not like it hasn't occurred to me, but I just haven't thought of this as being like quote unquote real media. You know what I mean? It's something, though. It is some kind of media. I feel like it's kind of interactive. I was thinking earlier if I wanted to get really lofty with it, I could call it an interactive multimedia stream or live stream. Hi, chat room. I get real lofty with it. Forum. We still using forums these days. You could call it a forum though. It is technically a forum. Yeah. It is technically a forum. But anyway. The media men beg to differ, judging by the hole in the satellite picture. All-star bass, strike bass. I was just thinking how, well, now I have to say how, like, I was just thinking about Shrek and stuff, and, like, it is weird, right? Like, it is like a postmodern fairy tale. And it's like a total meme, but there is some good stuff. It's pretty funny and good, but, like, Did I say already? I feel like there is like some gross out stuff, and there is just like it is just super. It is just kind of postmodern, but it's still pretty good. Like at least the first two Shreks, they're funny, and it's just crazy that song All Star. Like what the fuck? And why did it become a meme? It's too much to get into right now, but like the mm, something about that song. Oh yeah, well, it was just like it's just so nostalgic. It was like our it was like one of the songs of my childhood, but now it's so overplayed, like I'm tired of it. I did it with a bunch of people for like a lip sync contest in 4th grade. It was terrible too. um then we actually won the lip sync in 5th grade. That's because I chose the song. It was the Flaming Lips. She don't use jelly. And then in 6th grade, we kind of did it terrible again. We did some Kimya Dawson song called Tire Swing. That was my idea too. Whose bright idea was that? That was when like Juno and all and stuff came out. Oi, oi vey. 3 parentheses around it. Tee. But no, like I the yeah, that one was just pretty embarrassing though. But yeah, I meant to say oy vey with 3 parentheses around the term. Well, you know what I mean. On each side of the term. On each side of the term. But it's like the freaking Flaming Lips. It was the Flaming Lips. She don't use jelly in 5th grade. If that was, or wait, what's? Oh, maybe All Star. Lip sync of All Star 4th grade based. Yeah, it's pretty. That one was pretty embarrassing, but the other one was worse. That was 4th through 6th grade. Good time. But that last one was ridiculous. Keck. Can you make me mod for a sec? Yeah, sure. We all mods here. Who else? I've made like everyone a mod, but there's a few people who aren't, and it's not. and it's totally arbitrary. I'm gonna like hammer time. I don't know. I have to figure out like what mod privileges. It's like hierarchy, hierarchical. What are y'all saying? Wow. Said I was going to stop at around 10 hours, and now I'm about to stop at 11 hours. Amazing. Chicago thing. I mean, yeah, I'm not going to mod anyone else for now. And see, now what's tricky is like, who gets to remain a moderator? Oh, ha, ha, ha. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I just think for now, I'm just not going to add any more moderators. But it's not really based on anything in any, genuine hierarchy. Any genuinely any genuinely hierarchical methods. Any genuinely hierarchical methodologies. Yeah. Finna hit a lick. And Send. I'm just kidding. I'm not sending anything. I'm just closing a bunch of tabs now. At the very least, I need to close some tabs. I need to clear up memory on my laptop. Fly Guy, do you really think that astrology is superior to the MBTI? Like it says, Jung himself tried to marry his work with cognitive functions to astrology in the end, CJ. Yeah, I think it's superior. Well, I know there's a relationship, but it's like I feel like MBTI at least has more observable metrics, whatever that means. Is he really being sarcastic though? I mean, he is pretty sarcastic, but I don't know. I thought he was being serious. This PBS article here. Oh yeah, I already opened that. Oops. Bob Fett. Nah, Boba can stay mod. I'm not removing or adding any more mods for now. No way. My beach. Oh, there's more. It never ends. The amazing beach in reality. Oh yes. Amazingly ASMR. Should probably eat something and sleep soon. Yeah, me too, Mr. Bobby. I haven't seen any of the Star Wars movies. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. Fucking Drake. Fuck you, Drake. He used to have some good stuff, but he fell off hardcore. And even his good stuff isn't that good. Open to 6. Enneagram 6. LOL, Master Bobby. I just want to help. Hashtag Basanti. Master Yoda knew the score. Master Bobby. Your area. Yeah. Oh, he's running Fox. I'm probably about to stop streaming. Just a few more minutes here. Close a few more tabs here. Do a few more tabs here of acid. Oh yeah, I don't know how long am I even gonna sleep for? Probably for like a while, but I am gonna try to do more like micro bursts of streams instead of so much marathoning. I think this was truly the penultimate marathon. Micro sleeping? Yeah, I've heard of that. Just like micro sleeping and micro naps. Someone bring that up. It's like you can feel more refreshed if you sleep for like a half hour than like 2 hours or something. I don't know. Something like that. I should try it. You could become some streamer god with micro sleeping. Right, so funny. Stream for 4 hours, sleep 20 minutes, stream 4 more hours, sleep another 20. Remember been CJing all day. No neglecting world events knowledge. Nice. Glad you guys could come hang on the Chill Island Oasis of truth and reality. And ignore reality. We're doing it together. The media indeed is I don't know. It's a terrible situation, but yeah, I'm not sure. Fly Guy says, I think the Ukraine thing is overblown and the media is just having a circus over it and using fear mongering to get everyone on their teat. Some media vibes. I don't know. I mean, that's certainly a large element of it, but quite honestly, I don't know enough about the situation. I feel like there's a few things I gotta do. I gotta get a nice little to-do list going. I gotta get versed on that. I gotta take the Favre Enneagram test, and I gotta and just for laughs, I want to try out that attitudinal psyche one. But yeah, then I have to. Yeah, I'm going to I have an appointment with a chiropractor tomorrow, and then yeah, I have to like get in touch with my doctors and stuff. But other than that, like it's like, but yeah, the media I think is making it a lot more intense. But so it goes, you know. Yen. Tis indeed probably about that time myself. Running Fox. Good timing. Ooh, we gotta stop at 11:11. Nice. All right, you guys. I'm gonna stop this right at 11:11:11. Thank you guys for being here on Chill Island Oasis. Oh, damn it! No, I missed it. Whatever. Whatever. Thank you guys for being here on the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality. Last night and today, it was again a marathon. Can't believe I did it again. It's gonna be. There are gonna be a lot more shorter streams coming through from now on, but we'll be doing some marathoning sometimes, and who knows, might wind up popping on super late night later, but probably not. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. But we'll play it by ear. Thank you guys for being here. No problem, Fly Guy. I appreciate it. Much love. All right. Peace, fam.